Thank you for joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. We are proud to introduce the leadership entrusted with guiding our city forward. Mayor Carmelita Gomes, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 2 Councilman Aaron V. Johnson, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. Supporting the work of this body in the operations of our city are City Clerk Corey Adams, City Manager Sharon D. Subadan, and Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. Thank you for being the best part of the City of South Fulton, a city on the rise.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and Happy New Year, and welcome to our first official City Council meeting work session for January 13th, 2026, starting at 4 o'clock. Clerk, can you please sound the roll?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, and the general public. It's the roll call for today's work session meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gomes.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. I just want to make sure, council, is everybody logged into the portal? All right. All right. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
First item on tonight's agenda is the city manager's item. It will be the State of the City Administration presentation by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be able to present to you tonight some of our accomplishments for 2025. And want to start by doing a quick look back. So 2 years, 8 months, 12 days, and probably about 7 hours ago, I joined the City of South Fulton team, and Dr. Mark Anthony Cooper came with me. What we found was challenging. And while I believe that the windshield is large and the rearview mirror is small, it's important for us to look back to appreciate where we are, where we came from, and acknowledge the distance that we've collectively traveled. Next slide, please. So there are 4 areas that I want you to walk with me down memory lane to think about. On our finances, we found there was no diversification of city funds. All of our accounts were with one bank. The last audit presented in May of 2023, when I started here, was for fiscal 20. We learned that the city's financial system had not been reconciled against the bank accounts for 20 months, resulting in a large difference. The URA bond proceeds remained unused in an account while the projects were almost complete. We were in danger of losing 2 years of CDBG funding, $14 million ARPA funding. The $14 million ARPA funding plan that you had adopted, only 5% of it had been executed. The rent and mortgage program that you had adopted was stalled while residents desperately waited for help in the wake of COVID. Vendors were cutting off our payments for non-payment, our services for non-payment. And it was just about time to start preparing for the fiscal '24 budget. Under workforce, we didn't have the structure or the leaders and the staff needed to move the city forward. There was no general services department, no procurement department or director, no cultural affairs department or director, no community relations and services department or director, no grants director. There was a revolving door of staff at every level, and we had numerous vacancies, especially in public service and public safety. The pay study that you had commissioned was incomplete, and we were losing police officers and other staff for about $1 an hour. Here at City Hall, we were squeezing 2 and 3 and even 4 people into one office. Even you as council members had to share space with your legislative aides. When COVID and flu ran through this building, it ran through this building. We had mold in multiple buildings, including City Hall. There was no permanent meeting room for council and other official meetings. There was no movement on your police and fire headquarters, though the land had been purchased. And in 6 years of being a city, no other land had been purchased, and multiple Fulton County transfers promised when the city was incorporated were in limbo. We had failing HVA systems at our largest facilities, most of which were suffering from years of disinvestment that predated the city. And let's not forget that Welcome All Pool had been closed for years. Your planned transportation projects were in gridlock. Virtually nothing was moving through purchasing. And we had 30 days from our start here to implement the sanitation program, a challenging contract, but we were required to do it anyway. Juneteenth celebrations had been promised, but Wolf Creek was in disrepair, inoperable due to damaged plumbing and numerous other challenges. And so after 30 days, Mark and I looked at each other and said, what have we gotten ourselves into? But we are not quitters. We worked to build a team that, though far from perfect, has delivered results. In 2 years, 8 months, and 12 days, we have diversified the city's funds over 4 financial institutions and earned $18.1 million in interest through November of 2025. This has been instrumental in managing the rising cost of projects. We have presented to this council the 21, 22, and 23 audit, and the 24 is well underway. The 2 years of CDBG that you were about to lose was rescued, and we used it to purchase future park space on Estes. The past due reconciliations were eventually caught up. The ARPA plan was implemented by the federal deadline. Hundreds of residents were assisted through the rent and mortgage program. New departments were established and new directors were brought on board to forge a future path for the city. We grew from 484 employees to 802 employees in December of 2025. The pay study was implemented in its entirety in January of '24. The administration building was purchased and now houses over 100 employees. City Hall was renovated with the permanent space for meetings and individual offices for you as officials. A complete mold study and remediation process was completed for all city facilities. HVAC replacements have been implemented citywide. And our transportation projects began to move and take on steam. We implemented the sanitation program effective June 1st and subsequently renegotiated that contract so that we own all of our own containers and now include shredding and recycling events in every district. Our total land and building acquisitions now total 231 acres, and we've transferred 367 acres from Fulton County for a grand total of 598 acres for $18.7 million. And in that last transfer, thanks to all of the heavy lifting of the city attorney and all of the staff members and Fulton County, we finally own Wolf Creek. As we reflect on our 2025 accomplishments, I'd like to take a moment to thank this council for your unwavering support. Nothing we have accomplished in '25 and before would have been possible without your approval. We've been encouraged with words like "go forth and prosper" and "let's build," and receive unanimous approval on almost all of our new initiatives. Next slide, please. So a couple of other things that we did in 2025 that are noteworthy. I'm going to go through them. And this presentation will be made available on our website. Will also be made available to you. And hopefully, when people ask, what has the city been doing, they look at this and recognize all the work that's being done. But in '25, we went through the process of our strategic plan, and you all adopted the strategic plan with our 4 strategic goals. As we create our budget, as we work on our work plan, even as we do our daily work and prepare our monthly report, we incorporate the 4 pillars of the strategic plan. Next slide, please. So I'd absolutely think that one of the biggest and heaviest lifts in 2025 was the award of the contracts for police headquarters and fire headquarters and training facility. Stay tuned for a groundbreaking soon. We have worked tirelessly to be able to get to closing on our bonds, and I have a little bit of good news to report. We've been able to negotiate the rate down another 20 basis points, and we'll be looking for new documents to be signed by the new mayor and the new chair of the PFA in order to take advantage of that $2.3 million savings over the life of the loan. And we anticipate a closing soon. Next slide, please. We already talked a little bit about the overall process of acquisitions, and we've already talked about the interest, so I'm not going to belabor it. But in '25, we're very intentional about public safety, and we're able to acquire land on Old National for a future fire station and the future home of municipal court. Next slide, please. In public safety, we've had our share of challenges, but I'm happy to report that we've seen another year of crime reduction of Part 1 crimes up by 6.73%. We've increased our staffing, both on the police side and the fire side, including the hiring of EMTs and the expansion of our EMT program to include units that can now transport City of South Fulton residents when we get there ahead of Grady. Next slide, please. We've also spent close to $2 million on additional fire apparatus, 2 engines, water tanker, which is important when we go into areas that don't have hydrants, a ladder, and a supervisor vehicle. Next slide. And in Public Works, we completed $24.6 million in Public Works projects, and we have another $100 million that are under construction currently. We reviewed T-SPLOST for impact and reallocated funding to ensure that we were able to take advantage of some low-hanging fruit that was necessary and expanded citywide infrastructure for all districts. Next slide. Some of you may have noticed our large format signs on all of our major corridors with the city logo, and stay tuned. We're going to be moving into backlit signs in 2026. We also have incorporated 500 new streetlights in the city in '25. Next slide. This is a breakdown of all of the projects that we currently have in process, and you'll see that these are state, federal, and local. And of course, we have shared projects that are underway. Second to last line, it says construction, and I'm happy to report that even though we haven't broken ground, we have signed all of the paperwork for the Old National Highway Phase 2 sidewalk project. So stay tuned for a first quarter groundbreaking on that project as well. Next slide. And these are the completed projects that were sidewalks, roundabouts, and bridges. Next slide. And these were resurfacing projects that were well overdue. Next slide. This one is my favorite. Say this fast 3 times. Full depth reclamation projects, which basically means super resurfacing. Next slide. And here are some of the streetlights. On the facility side of the house, a year ago, almost today, we reopened this facility to a welcoming space for residents and staff. As you all know, we cut the ribbon on Creel Park renovations and Southwest Arts Center renovations and Station 6 with the new community room for neighborhood events. Next slide. One of the things that we really focused on in 25 was placemaking and really trying to help people to know they're in the city of South Fulton. We replaced outdated signs. We incorporated new monument signs at all the facilities that have any park that has a facility, and we did park and community signage upgrades at every park that we own and or operate. Cedar Grove, we've been working with District 4 and residents on a design. The RFP will be coming out, going out after our public meeting, and we continue to make progress on the design of the Welcome Center, which is a work in progress, also coming soon for residents and visitors. Next slide. The You Are Here initiative really started as part beautification, part wayfinding and awareness, and part litter control. But the biggest part of this is to try to bring pride to the city of South Fulton and discourage littering and encourage beautification. While we're in our first phase of this project, I look forward to more of this as we move into 2026. Next slide, please. Our electric vehicle program is part of our commitment to sustainability. We're up to 27 electric vehicles, and we are working closely with Georgia Power on the installation of electric vehicle charging stations across our city, which once we get the green light from Georgia Power will be open to our community at no cost to them as part of our pilot project to encourage the use of electric vehicles. Next slide. We already talked about the mold assessment and remediation. Next slide. And early in the year, we did our first planning university where this council with the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals met collectively. I think it was 3 consecutive weeks with the faculty from University of Georgia, CVIOG, and did our training as it related to planning and zoning. I thought that was very successful, and I believe that there'll be more of that to come. The other very big initiative last year was our renewal of our comp plan. We had numerous meetings in every district across the city. You'd work to develop new future land use maps. We've presented those to the community. I think we have about 3 more meetings, and then we will be concluding that process and sending our draft up to ARC. And I'm pleased to say that we started that process a year in advance. So when you all are finished with that and we send it up, we will be well within the required timeline. And the last part of our ARPA grant was facade improvements for small businesses, which we awarded to several businesses, allowing them to improve their facade as part of their of ongoing operations. Next slide. One of the big things that we also undertook internally was the upgrade of our ERP financial system. Tyler had been purchased several years before. We were able to implement Tyler last year and expanded our grants program. We were able to recover over $4 million in pending LMIG funding. LMIG is state funding for resurfacing. We contracted with Bambo Sanaiki to do internal auditing for us, and he has a full program that he'll be rolling out in 2026 on internal audits. And as you know, we revamped our P-card program and have made significant progress. I'm very pleased to report that in our November accounting of P-cards, we were at 92% compliance. So thank you, everybody, for getting on board with the revamp of our P-card program. And I look forward to having the discussion around the P-card policy at the retreat and implementing the new policy in 2026. And I'm also pleased to recognize those departments that receive national recognition in public affairs, parks and recreation, and code enforcement. And our own fire chief was named president of the Fire Association for the state of Georgia. We also launched our Raising the Standard training in 2025, and we'll be rolling that out citywide in 26. Next slide. So looking ahead, I'm happy to report that the state of the city administration is strong. Last year, we focused on remembering that today's decisions shape tomorrow's impact. And we do have our compilation of accomplishments book. It has all the detail. What I gave you was the high-level summary. It has all the detail of the outstanding accomplishments of the work of this team in 2025, and will be available for you, for the public, and an electronic copy so that people can have a real good sense of the work that has been done. None of this could have been done without you. None of this could have been done without the team. And so thank you, everybody, for the support, and I'm open to your questions.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. That was a wonderful, wonderful report to hear all of the great things that are happening in the city. At this time, I'll recognize Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, thorough report. I am looking forward to getting the booklet. And can you send an electronic copy of the booklet as well? So that if we want to get some printed to hand out at our town halls, we can do that. My question is, for the Welcome All Welcome Center, where are we now with that?
So as we shared with you, we bid the project and were unsuccessful. We had no bidders. So we're working with a local entity that is a very large construction company. They're reviewing our bid and because we can do that now, it's beyond a quiet period. And trying to get some input on how we might do it differently. And so I think we need to come back with some of those suggestions to you to get your feedback. One of the things we also have is a structural report of the building. And because of what we intended to do there by adding a second story and adding an elevator, it has significantly increased the cost. So I think we need to sit down and talk about the program and figure out, if we want to stay the course, and if we're going to stay the course, identifying the additional funds. It came in at twice, our standby contractors gave us pricing, which came back at twice the price of what it was budgeted for.
Okay. And when can we have that discussion? Because we need to,
Move it.
the community has been waiting 9 years for this welcome center. But more importantly, our Main Street program needs a home.
Sure.
You know, they need to be where Red Oak is. So this is a project that we need to expeditiously deliver for the revitalization of that area, which is really doing well because they are opening several small businesses, and one of the blighted properties that we've been having difficulties revitalizing, the bank, is now going into a being turned into a brunch spot that should be opening in February. So, but we really need the Red Oak Historic District staff over there. So when can we have that conversation along with Mayor Gums this month?
Absolutely. I was thinking next week.
Okay. And I think that's it for right now. I'll yield. Oh, the restoration project for the Welcome Mall flooring. Where are we with that?
Scope has been pulled together. We're getting pricing. We're going to do a little bit more than flooring, I think. And we're going to work with the department on phasing it so we don't have to shut the whole facility down.
Right. And so I would ask that we try to get as much as that accomplished during the winter months, because every year, for the past 3 years, we have been budgeting for those restoration projects, and we always run into not wanting to do it because summer camp is approaches us. So I don't want to run. We're in January and don't want to run into that again.
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'll recognize Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for a very thorough report. I look forward to getting the details, because the devil is always in the details.
Yes, ma'am.
My question, and this is probably a two-part question, I noticed that in the charter, section 416, where it talks about the internal auditor, there are in H, reporting to council and public, there's a provision for a quarterly summary to the city council as well as a quarterly report to the public. And I've not been able to find where we've ever received those reports since the Bimbo has been here. Bimbo. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, I didn't mean to. But I don't see that we've ever received those reports. So I wanted to please request that if we can get an updated report,
Sure.
both to the council as well as on the website to the public as per the provisions of the charter. And if we can ensure going forward that we are getting those reports timely.
Absolutely.
And then the second part is, I know that he is a contractor.
Yes.
What is the plan for hiring someone, a permanent employee?
So after a year and a half of trying to get a permanent employee and using a search firm and being unsuccessful, I actually presented to you, I think it was in November, a contract with Bamboo. He came on board to help us with P cards. But what we found is he has a much broader capability than that and had capacity to be able to contract with us. So his contract is for a year. If you are intent on wanting it to be a city employee, we can revisit that. But right now, in order to get the program jump-started and to get you those reports that are due to you, we brought him on board as a contractor, and that was put in front of you for approval, I think in either November or December meeting.
So is the plan to convert him, because the charter doesn't provide for a contractor, it provides for a permanent employee?
But we're not going to convert him. He has his own business. We can continue the recruitment, but I did want to get the internal audit program jump-started so that we can start to get reports to you all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I recognize Councilman J.C. Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Superdan, for the thorough reporting. I am looking forward to getting a link and a permanent one so that we can, because I think last year I said they should go everywhere. And I hope we do a really aggressive publicity program in pushing your report out everywhere, because a lot of citizens don't know. You know, I've heard people say, City of South Fulton haven't done anything in 8 years, right? And I'm not the only one who've heard that. And so I tend to say, I don't know where y'all have been, but we have done some stuff. So I am looking forward to getting that report and learning more about the details. And I do have one question. I know you have often said of our support for you, and feel free to answer this question or say I'll table that one. Well, what can we do to help you move the things forward this year that you need to move forward?
Great question. Do you want the honest answer or do you want the? I will be honest, we have had real difficulty in 2025 attracting talent at the highest levels. I just spoke of the internal auditor. We did a national search for HR director. We did a national search for an economic development director. And in all three instances, we came up empty. When we asked the recruiter, why is this happening? And had they talked to applicants, they told us the reputation of the city is challenging for executives. They have Googled us. They have seen the media reports on us, and they've passed on us. I think as leaders in the organization, it's important to reflect really what the city of South Fulton is, a city on the rise. I think many cities have conflicts and they fight in private, but when they come out in public, they're one team, one fight. Let's be honest, we have not been that place, and it is hurting us. It's okay to disagree. We can't agree on every topic. If we did, then some of us would be unnecessary. But the vitriol, the fighting, the division, the backbiting and backstabbing in public is hurting us. Think of how much further along we would be if not for that. So, you asked a telling question, I gave you my honest opinion.
And thank you for your answer. But I'm also going to suggest that this is a new day in the city of South Fulton, right? And I can't speak for anybody else, but I do want to make sure I contribute positively to the image of our city, right? And honestly, that's really why I asked you the question, because I want us to do our jobs and get out of the way and represent our city well. And I think each one of us up here has that ability. And again, congratulations to our mayor, but we cannot put all of this on one person. And I want to make sure I say this publicly, that we all have that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, Councilman Sebastian. Councilwoman Helen Willis.
Thank you, Ms. Superdan, for bringing that and making those points. And I was going to, when Councilperson Williams-Brown mentioned converting the auditor to a permanent employee, I was going to mention that not only under your leadership, but under every leader that has been at the helm, we have historically had issues with recruiting stellar, qualified, and longstanding talent in several divisions. And so, but I do agree with some of the things that you just said, but I also want to add to what I am hearing from my constituents that over the 9-year period, when we, per the charter, send things from the constituents over to you, and per the charter, and copy department heads, and things don't get done, you are not the person they come to. They lash out at us as if we are the persons that go out and do the work. And so what I would ask in a very respectful and constructive way is that when we send things over from the community, that we do a better job with communication. When are the things that constituents ask to get done? When are they going to get done? What's the time period they're going to get done? The biggest complaints that I do hear about is, the lack of customer service in our business licensing and our permitting department. And people want to see some wins in economic development. And so while you have been honest, and I thank you for that, and I own and receive what you said, I'm going to be honest and tell you that we need to improve in how we communicate to our residents. I am consistently hearing how they don't know about things, how we assume everybody is on social media, how we don't get press releases out. Mayor, I hope it is in your, that you will send out an annual mail something out. We on this council have asked that we need to do a better job with communicating with residents, not only via social media, but through texting, through robocalls. So, communication and branding is a big problem. I looked at the new headshots that were taken, and everybody had on a different lapel pin. Our branding is important. We did such a beautiful job for the inauguration, and one of the things that I love was the branding. The branding, the colors, it was refreshing. It was a new day. And so I just want us to do a better job around branding, communication. When people come and perform in our city, they need to know they're performing in South Fulton, not City of Atlanta. When we have these type of accomplishments, how are we going to let people know all of these accomplishments that we made? How? Is our mayor going to have town halls, bring you around the city so that you can talk to these accomplishments? You're going to give us these books, but is this something that we could try to put in a condense in a trifold and mail to our residents? Our city is yearning for the information, yearning for the accomplishments. And I think we are failing them in that area when it comes to communication, when it comes to branding, when it comes to follow-up. Sent you something today. You all ask us, let y'all do your job. Y'all do the policy. And so when we do that and things are not followed through, then I'm like, okay, but you asked me to let me do your job. And I'm not complaining. I'm just being honest because you were honest. I just want to see more follow-through. If we send something to you from a resident, I don't want a resident sending me an email saying 3 months later it hasn't been addressed. It hasn't been done. They haven't been followed up on. So that's what I would ask. Their residents come to us, they blame us. They want responses on when things are going to get done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Linda Pritchett, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, I'm not really piggybacking on what Councilwoman Willis said, but I will say this. With regard to positions that are advertised in the city, I have occasion to get phone calls from all kind of people say you have jobs, are you guys hiring? And I make sure people know that I have absolutely no pull with any of that. I don't think anybody has ever been hired that had anything to do with me. However, what I'm disappointed about is the fact that everyone who has ever applied for a job that I know has not gotten callbacks, not gotten interviews, and I guess I don't understand that. And, when I hear that we're trying to recruit people, I'm not familiar with the specific process that your recruiting agency or HR is using. I know when I worked here as an employee, the position was open, I applied, and then the position was closed. And I don't know how many people had an opportunity to apply. So I would like to see us think about using different methods of accepting applications. I'm not in the HR field, so I hear that, people look at people's LinkedIn and based on what it looks like, they're not even considered, or, there are programs that scan applications. I don't know what they do, but I'd like to see people who apply actually get considered, actually get a return call, a response. So that's one point. I do appreciate that issues that we had with customer service are changing. I like the staff that we have, how they try to accommodate for everything, but we did have issues with communication, as Councilwoman Willis did bring up. My next issue, and you may have gone over this and I just forgot, related to the police headquarters and that rollout. A timeline, maybe I missed it, or maybe, I don't know, I probably missed it.
Yes, so I mentioned that we were able to get a 20 basis point reduction on the bond. And so we're going to have to re-sign paperwork, but for $2.3 million, I don't think you mind signing some more papers. So that part has been delayed for that reason, but we're looking for groundbreaking in the first quarter.
Okay, appreciate that. With regard to the court building that we purchased, I know that you've told me a few times that we put out for a design build, but I just wonder how long could that possibly take?
So design builds take forever, and so we're not doing a design build. We have hired 2 internal architects, both of whom I introduced to you at our last meeting, and they're actually working on a program. They've interviewed the court staff. They've identified, what their requirements are. They have a basic layout. Once they have that layout, then we're going to bid the project for build. So rather than doing a design build, which really takes a long time, because of the nature of the project, the shell is already there, the site is already there. So our plan is to have substantial movement on that project in '26. We've budgeted quite a bit of money for it. Well, we finished in '26, but you'll see a lot of activity, providing that we get, a bidder that's within our budget.
And lastly, I did see that there were subdivisions that were paved. However, what I've experienced in my district is there are many subdivisions that have not been paved. As far as a builder, developer comes in, builds a community, and then just leaves the asphalt unpaved. And some of these builders, some have happened while we have been a city, and some have happened when it was the county. But I think that it's that thing that slips through the cracks. Mm-hmm. That the only way that I know is because residents are asking me, what is going to happen here? And developers who we do still have a bond for. And there's one in particular I've been going on and on for the last 3 years about this, and I'm just I'm wanting to see that prioritized, because the longer that we continue to delay the process trying to figure out who's supposed to do what, nothing is being done. And the honest truth is, these are the developers that have done this to us. And residents are apprehensive many times about different development projects because they feel that developers come here and they know that we're not catching these things, and they leave and don't complete their projects with the conditions that we've outlined for them. So I would like to see us being able to do something aggressive to be able to address this, because it's been going on way too long.
So it's really interesting that you bring this out, because one of the internal discussions we've been having is how does infrastructure get turned over to the city? And I don't think the process is as defined as it is in other places. Everywhere I've come from, there's a very defined process where when a subdivision is finished, it comes in front of this council or the commission, and everything is outlined, and you have all of the sign-offs from all of the departments, and you feel confident that the infrastructure is good to accept. We don't do that here, or I haven't been able to ascertain how that process works. So we are working actively on how to make that work before bonds are released, to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music, and you as a council are very aware of the infrastructure that you're adding to our inventory, because that's inventory that we have to maintain. So right now, it's very timely. It is something that we're working on, because I have not been able to clearly identify a process that's similar to what I'm accustomed to in other places.
And my last commentary is related to litter, trash, parking lots in shopping plazas that are trashed, that there's constant litter, dead trees, those things. What I've noticed is that some of the property owners aren't being notified that there's trash, illegal dumping. When the monks came through our city and came through District 7, I was completely embarrassed that they walked right past a whole heap of trash that nobody really noticed, but it's still there right now. And it's because the property owners don't know that they need to come and see about their lots or about their land. And so I would like to see there be more aggressive work done from code enforcement to make sure that property owners are notified. And if they don't comply, then we can take more aggressive steps, because I'd like to see our city be a lot cleaner and landowners responsible for what's on their property.
All right,
Can I get a response?
thank you. Can you respond?
Sure. So, on the last issue first, we do have a record of, between C-Click-Fix and code enforcement, how these property owners are being noticed. And so perhaps we need to give you an updated report on that. In terms of communication, getting information to residents, we have the records. We can demonstrate where calls are answered, where citizens' requests are fulfilled. We've already talked about the subdivisions, but, there's always room for improvement, and so for us, it is a continuous improvement process.
All right, we'll recognize Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. I want to thank you for the report. It's been a lot of work done in these last 2 years and 8 months. I think how you started this presentation, where you talked about where we started and where we are now, I think without question, we've made significant strides to moving the city forward. And I don't want to focus on the negative, so it was some things, and I'm going to be oriented towards solutions based on even things I've heard from my colleagues that I think will help. I really think we need to promote that customer service number. I don't think it's widely known. Okay. And we really need to check with all the numbers we have out there. Maybe they shouldn't be published because they're confusing people. So if we want everybody to use that main number, I think that's what we should put out on our social media platforms. The first thing. Another thing, Public Works is in the field daily. I run into them all the time. But those projects aren't on our social media. When they're paving the roads, where they're litter pickup, those kind of things, I think that helps our residents see the work that's being done. I mean, you can see it on the report, but people are visual. And I think, just like we promote our, the various events we have in the city, we also need to highlight the work of our employees. And a lot of people didn't know that on our website, we have monthly city manager. Every report you give, since you've been here, has been on the website. A lot of people don't know. And those reports are generally about 100 pages, so it's definitely a lot of content they can read. But I think we need to constantly put that out there and highlight those reports. When you give them here, maybe the next day it's on our, social media, and people can go to it and read. And every project in your report should be on our social media. Even though it's happened already, it needs to be some content talking about it. So those are just things I thought about as you gave your report. So that way, for those who don't read, and a lot of people will not read, to be honest, they can get the snippets on social media. So those are just some general feedback. But other than that, thank you for your presentation. And then it's just one request I would have. I noticed, and this is really in your city manager's report, not necessarily in the one you gave, the three areas where it seems like we have the biggest complaint for constituents are in property maintenance, which is, of course, code, illegal dumping, and abandoned inoperable vehicles. If those are the three biggest categories that we have, I want to make sure that, we're continuing to do education. Especially, I get a lot of call about junk cars on the street, and even in our systems, they go back and forth. Is it the police or is it code? But if it's on the street, it's the police. If it's in the driveway, it's code. And so educating the public on which one is which, and even making sure our staff, because I've watched it even to see Click Fix, I'm like, it's got to sign the wrong place. So those are just some things I observed. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Sebastian, for your second time.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Ms. Superintendent, I just wanted to just tell you it appears as if we turned the corner in C-Click Fix. I used to hear a lot of complaints about C-Click Fix and how it's working. Now I'm starting to hear C-Click Fix is working well, and when I put stuff there, it gets resolved. It's still not perfect. And I think that part of it is the education of the public, but also the customer service team that we have. I think we need to make sure folks are aware that they are there and unavailable to help. Not 24 hours a day, but they are there to help. I know there was one resident one time that was calling an old number that he had for many years from Public Works, and he was very frustrated. And he called, and I said, no, this is the number that you call to get to that team. And he was able to get his issues resolved pretty quickly. But finally, I don't know if Mr. Philpott is here, but I especially wanted to shout him out because a resident did call a couple of days ago and said, I just want to give you, and this is one of the residents that have higher standards than the clouds. He said, I just wanted to especially shout out Mr. Lamont Philpott for his customer service and his response to some issues that I contacted them about. So it's not all doom and gloom. We're turning the corner, but we have to continue to push it to a higher and higher standards, as we all know that we can do. So thank you.
All right, and Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown for your second time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think my colleagues covered a couple of the things that I wanted to follow up with, but I do want us to put a conversation about communications and public affairs on our retreat agenda, because I think that it is true that that is an area that needs a lot of improvement, because yes, and you know that I will be the first one to say, we absolutely could behave better in terms of how we are presenting the city to the public. But I think there could be a lot of damage control done if we had a communications plan and a public affairs plan that was buffering that with communication about good things. And what I see a lot of social media postings, and that's all I see, is a lot of we can post on social media 5-6 times a day. But then news stories come out that are negative and there's nothing. So I think that, and particularly one example, I mean, outside of, what happened January 1st, but one example that stands out is the stories about employees engaged in corruption that are on the news where there's radio silence about that. Like, we're not doing this in 2026.
All right, continue.
We're gonna do better. But when those things happen and then there's no response, or the response is delayed, and I've said this recently to the city attorney, things don't have to be true. They just have to be out there. So while nobody in Minnesota is eating pets, Hillary Clinton is not running a child porn ring out of a pizza parlor. It was out there, people believed it, people acted on it, and lots of negative consequences followed behind it. So saying that something isn't true does not take away the need to respond to something with a positive story or a positive outlook. It's not enough to say it's not true. So I really want us to hone in on the communication and the public affairs, because I think that is something that does have to be shorn up in a real way. And of course, as someone who represents Old National, I'm tired of chasing down carts and trash. But again, as has been pointed out, when I go back and I read the ordinance and I see that carts are supposed to be tagged, and if they are not removed in 24 hours, they're supposed to be picked up. That is what it says. Mm-hmm. And deviating from that to leave those carts there and allowing an employee to decide, oh, well, that's not what I want to do. I want to do something else, when we have written a policy that says if they don't come get it in 24 hours, pick it up. That also creates problems, because residents are riding by seeing that the carts are there. And yes, while we may not want to be punitive in our emotions, we have a policy. And when we don't enforce policies and we allow employees to decide they're not going to enforce policies, that also feeds the perception that people have about the city, that we really don't care. We'll put it in writing, but I can do what I want to do because it's not going to be enforced. So I'd like to see that get shorn up as well.
And I look forward to the retreat discussion around that and on the communication side as well. Because admittedly, I've told all of you, events and public affairs are not my strongest suits. You give me spreadsheets and capital projects and, logistics and operations, and that's my strength. So I am very open to improvement, open to your feedback, open to your suggestions on how we can do better in that area. So.
Well, we are definitely looking forward to a robust conversation at the retreat. But again, I do want to say thank you for a thorough report. I think you have done quite a bit of work in these past 2 years. We have not been the easiest, but there are some true wins within that report. I do want to let your staff know that it is a new day in the city of South Fulton. I want the staff to know that they are appreciated, valued, but we are moving and turning the tide. So what we used to do, we're not used to the same status quo. we're moving the city forward. So if you got your best, you need to bring your best to work every single day because the city of South Fulton is expecting it and we deserve it. So thank you again, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, I want to take a moment to allow, before we move to the next item, Corey, Councilwoman Pritchett to take a moment of personal privilege really quick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to recognize some visitors that came to see us for the new year. Councilman from Center Point, Alabama, newly elected Councilman Moses Whitaker, and Councilman Glenn Williams. Will you come up and say hi to us, please? And they are members of the National League of Cities, and they've been telling me the wonderful things that they see us doing here, and they wanted to see it up close, especially our wonderful new mayor, who we are looking forward to seeing great things come from.
Good afternoon and greetings from Center Point, Alabama. We want to just come out and one to support Ms. Pritchett and Ms. Bell as members of NBC Leo that we met in Utah. And so we're just here to see how you guys do things and support our colleagues across the state.
How y'all doing today? My name is Councilman President Glenn Williams. I just turned president, and I wanted to tell you, with NBC Leo and the National League of Cities, we work with all cities, all administration, and I said I was gonna come around. I want to make sure that people know exactly what we are capable of doing as a whole. And we all councils in the United States, we all work together, and we want to keep that collaborative work. And I appreciate y'all for inviting me. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for being here. Hopefully these nice council members will treat you to a nice chicken sandwich or something. I don't know. But thank you. Thank you. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that brings us to the one presentation we have for this evening. And actually, I say, just a report, 2026 State Legislative Agenda will be presented by our city manager, Sharon Subadan, and our lobbyist, Andrew Long, AR Long Company.
Good evening. The Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gomes. Good evening to this illustrious City Council. Madam City Manager Subadan, Mr. Clerk, Ms. Kelly. My name is Andrew Long, and I am going to briefly present to you the priorities that are included for the 2026 City of South Fulton Legislative Agenda. Let me start by saying the legislative session started yesterday. It will go for 40 legislative days. They have already presented us a calendar of every day that they're in session, which I will provide to you. The two most important dates, one, crossover day, for when a measure has to cross from the House to the Senate or Senate to the House. That is on Friday, March the 6th. And then sine die, the final day of the session, is on April 2nd. One other note that you might want to mark down, March 2nd through March 6th is qualifying week. And anybody who is qualifying to run for anything in this state will be up at the Capitol making sure that they qualify. There are several members of the General Assembly, both House and Senate, who aspire to run for higher office. With our 2026 legislative agenda, we have several items that I want to get to very briefly, then I'll open it up for questions. The Development Authority independence. There was a House bill last year, 155, that allowed the northern cities of Fulton County to be exempt from having to use the Fulton County Development Authority. And in speaking with Legislative Council down at the Capitol, we are now in a position where if we would like to add our city or work with the southern cities of Fulton County to also not have to use the Fulton Development Authority, we are able, this measure helps us to be able to do that and move that forward. Number 2, establishing the South Fulton Senate delegation. For your information, so you know, there is an official City of South Fulton House delegation. There is not an official City of South Fulton Senate delegation. There are 4 members in the state Senate who represent parts of or all of, in their district, the City of South Fulton. That is Senator Rashad Kemp, Senator Donzella James, Senator Sonia Halpern, and newly elected Senator Jaha Howard. Parenthetically, I've spoken to all 4 of them, and just about all of the 9 members of the House legislative delegation, and they are excited about this mayor and this council moving forward, and they've expressed that to me. Number 3 is the squatters loophole legislative fix. I'm not an attorney, but in a nutshell, I can say that it is my understanding if law enforcement comes to a property and that property has squatters, if there are 3 squatters downstairs and 3 squatters upstairs, but when law enforcement gets there, they only address 3 of the squatters, you know, whoever, and they are served, which means in 3 days they have to produce documentation that they are legitimately staying in the house, or else they have to get out, or they can be removed. For the other 3 that were upstairs that they haven't served yet, then they have to start the process all over again and again and again and again. There could have been 2 more in this room or 2 more in that room. So I understand the need for this fix, and we are going to submit that to our legislative delegation so that they can move on this effort. Number 4, recidivism, resources for the city. This is somewhat of an appropriations request so that we can enlarge the resources for the city, specifically for recidivism. Number 5, trucking restrictions. The purpose of this legislation is to repeal state law that a county has to approve restricting a truck route on a municipal road. Number 6, the Camelot crisis, state of emergency. Just a little bit earlier, the city manager, at the end of her report, which was a great report, at the end of her report, she said, the state of the city is strong. Now, perception is not always reality. And what people see down at the Capitol is not what she just reported. They don't see that. They don't see the good news. They don't see the accomplishments. They don't see the awards that the city is given. So a lot of people may not understand the level of crisis regarding Camelot. And something needs to be done. I do agree, but this has been added to our list of priorities to make our legislative delegation aware that it's not just, oh, whatever, but this is a crisis and something needs to be done about it. Number 7 is a charter amendment that the City of South Fulton judges are to be full-time and not part-time. I think that's self-explanatory. Number 8 is also a charter amendment to amend the charter by increasing the salary of the mayor pro tem by $5,000. Number 9 is a charter amendment to clarify the roles, and those roles, to be specific, amend the city charter to clarify that the mayor is chief executive officer and the city manager is chief administrative officer. Number 10 is also a charter amendment regarding the powers of the city manager, and some of those changes include residency of the city manager, to which it is now my understanding that the state of Georgia has a current law on the books that a municipality cannot mandate that an employee of its city must live within the city limits or boundaries. So some of that we might have to take off of the agenda, but there's more to be said on powers of the city manager, and we'll get to that in a minute. Number 11 is a constitutional amendment to define to clarify the definition of hospital, and that is under an umbrella of elections, so that if someone is hospitalized during a campaign or during an election cycle, that they are still given the opportunity to cast their vote. And as it currently stands, the definition of hospital does not include rehabilitation centers, urgent care clinics, and medical overnight facilities. And we are asking that it does include that. Now, this would not be local legislation. This would be a general bill to change the entire state law for this effort. And then finally, strengthen candidate residency requirements. We've asked that of our legislative delegation, I believe, for the past 2 years, and they have not moved on it as of yet. So I'm hopeful that one of the chair of the delegation will move on it, and someone in the delegation will introduce legislation to that effect. So municipal de-annexations is something that obviously is important to our city. And a year ago, someone tried to sneak in legislation that would allow de-annexations without your approval. That measure was defeated. And so now it's almost like I'm on alert to make sure no one tries to get any measure in, sneak that into legislation and have it passed, which would negatively impact our city. With that, I am open to any of your questions, and if I don't say it enough, Mayor and Council, I am honored that you continue to trust in A.R. Long Company, and I remain honored and privileged to represent the city of South Fulton down at the state capitol. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Long, for your presentation. Does the queue need to be refreshed just to kind of see? I know it's a few people. Okay. At this time, I will recognize Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Long, I am in the legal field, and when it pertains to this squatter issue,
Yes, ma'am.
I know that some people it's people's opinion that if the police show up, they're squatters, they serve a citation, 3 people are in the house, and then 3 more people come later. In my legal experience, that doesn't even matter. When a house is identified to have squatters, the language that they use is for everyone. It's the same as when people are evicted, like, you know, a mom, and she could have 2, 3 kids. The kids are not listed on the lease or not listed on the eviction notice. It says mama and everybody. And when you go to court, nobody cares. Well, I didn't know. It's everybody. It has to do with evictions, foreclosures, and I believe ejectments, which is the formal term for when people are put out or given notice after they've been given notice. So I personally, professionally, do not believe that there is a significant loophole. I think that it's something that law enforcement has to either decide what they're going to do in terms of, I'm not even saying being aggressive. It just, we talked about this earlier before you came, where people pick and choose at their discretion how they will execute their duties. If there is a squatter in this city and that house has been notified, anybody who comes back, actually, and I believe it's in the law, can be found to be trespassing at that point. So we really have to look at this, and I don't know who has looked at it, and I know that there is a problem in Camelot with that. If somebody is somewhere that they do not live and they cannot demonstrate that they live there, at the time that notice was given generally to everybody who could have possibly been involved, if those people are to return, I believe that they should be arrested for trespassing. But I would defer to our law enforcement personnel to further clarify that if that's the case. But that's how I see it, being in the legal field and what I've seen related to these type of situations.
Trust me when I tell you, I don't want to speak out of ignorance. I'm not an expert in that field, but what I can tell you is the problem that I was presented with is that if there are, two persons living in a basement and they get served, I don't know if their names have to be on the citation or whatever it is, but if there are two more people, not necessarily that come back, they're there. The same time that the law enforcement shows up to present the citation, they're there, but they weren't served. The citation wasn't to them. It was my understanding that then when they come back to try to take control of the house and there's more people there, they have to do that same process over again. That just keeps going. So now I could be very wrong, but that is what I was presented as the problem or the loophole, and we have to somehow draft language that would fix that.
Well, I think it's a conversation that needs to be had with our sheriff's office, marshal's office, and our police department.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
Yes, ma'am.
And some attorney in between there somewhere.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, I'll recognize Councilwoman Keelsville.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I definitely want to piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem. I know squatter issue is not just an issue specifically in Camelot or specifically in our city. It's going around everywhere. And so I know that there was some potential legislation that may be presented this year and during this session that really can help with a lot of the problems that we are having specifically in our city. Most importantly in Camelot, because we are and we have had several issues with mandating, regulating the squatters that are within our cities. We see it in our neighborhoods each and every day. And so I know this is a passion of mine so that we can bring some relief. I've been working with the city attorney as well in regards to what we can do and legally what we can do, but also enforcing that with our police department. And so, yes, any due diligence that you can do to see what type of solution we can have long-term and moving long-term is something I'm definitely interested in. But I did have some questions regarding the Mayor Pro Tem salary. I'm not sure when and how that was added.
Okay.
But I just wanted to know, will there be a defined list of responsibilities that would kind of trigger the need for a Mayor Pro Tem salary? In addition to that, I really want us to take a look at other cities and what neighboring cities are doing, if that's something that they offer, because, that's just some concern that I would have as far as that. Not saying that I'm opposed to it, but is it needed? And then based on the position as needed, based on the charter of what the Mayor Pro Tem responsibilities are, I just want some clarification around that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is our newest council member, Councilman Aaron Johnson.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. First time I get to speak, I feel like I should have worn a bow tie today. A couple things. First thing I want to talk about is when you say define strengthening residency, what does that mean?
Making sure that the person who qualified to run for a specific seat is a resident of that, whether it's district or city or whatever, that they're actually a resident of where they're deciding to run.
So what's the weakness right now that will require you to strengthen it?
There's some vagueness to where if a person has two homes, or if a person has a primary residence and has a home that is like an Airbnb or something different, it's just not clarity in current state law that mandates a person. Well, it is, that says the person must live in that district, but it's almost like a loophole, especially if that person has more than one property and they can claim a different address.
Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the Development Authority. One of the things that you mentioned is that the North Fulton, and make sure I heard you correctly, that the North Fulton cities have pulled together and are currently trying to be able to remove themselves from the Fulton County Development Authority, which currently covers, obviously, Fulton County. You said the potential for us to be a part of that, but I thought, from my understanding from the legislation, it's very specific to North Fulton and does not include
That's correct.
Atlanta and South Fulton.
That's correct. That legislation passed last year to include the northern cities in Fulton County.
Right.
What I'm saying is, because that legislation is now passed, we can introduce our own legislation to include the city of South Fulton or the southern cities to be a part of that same legislation. We can easily go into that code section now and just add us, so that we are not mandated to use the Fulton County Development Authority.
So again, I'm new, so I'm still learning all
Yes,
the
sir.
good stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able, has there been a conversation about creating a separate development authority for, say, maybe the the South Fulton cities, or dare I say, join Invest Atlanta, or create a Fulton, something specific just for us, separate from, because if we pull out of Fulton County, then what would we do? We would create our own development authority, right?
That's correct. The city of South Fulton has a development
I
authority.
know, but I'm
Yes,
saying,
yes, sir.
right now, we have kind of a double layer to be able to have a broader scope right now. Well, if we pull out, we don't have that broader scope anymore, correct?
Yes.
Well, why not? No. We have a development authority, but we also have Fulton County that's looking around us as well, right? But if we pull out of Fulton County, we no longer are part of Fulton County, correct? So we would then be down to just our development authority, correct?
Yes.
We're
but-
not pulling out, so this is an ended conversation. I just want to be sure, because that's what he said. Yeah, he said we
Yeah.
could do it. So that's why I'm just making sure, has there been a conversation, if we do it, what's next? Which is my ultimate question.
Okay, well, that's a good question.
Right.
But before we get to what's next, the priority that was communicated to me was we need to add ourselves, or the southern cities be added to the same language that the northern cities use, so that they're not mandated to use the Fulton County Development Authority. And it's also my understanding that it's not necessarily a pullout. It's just saying that we're not mandated to use the development authority, the Fulton County Development Authority. We can use our own authority. But if it is better for us to partner with the Fulton County Development Authority on a particular, effort, then we can do that as well. But we're not mandated. It's not mandatory for us to always have to use the Fulton County Development Authority.
Okay,
I hope I explained it right.
okay.
Okay.
That's it, man.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman.
Next, we will have Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions about things on the agenda. I know in the past, like, it was generally a little bit more narrative under the paragraph to put it in context. And thank you for being here to explain, but
Yes, ma'am.
outside of that, we could really only kind of go on the title on some of these in
Yes,
terms
ma'am.
of what they meant. So I wanted to get a little more clarity on, you talked about the residency requirement. Was that the only thing that was proposed for that? Because you addressed that state law precludes that. That was my first question. Was it more to it than that?
No, we're talking about two different things. What
No, I'm speaking
nu-
about for
number-
the city manager.
right, just specifically on the city manager. So you're
Right.
talking about the charter change.
Right.
The charter change for the city manager, there were two, addendums? There were two additional documents that were attached and sent with this draft proposal of the legislative agenda. And those documents had specifically what changes were going to be made to the charter.
Okay, I'll go back and look before we get the vote on that. I just
Yes,
wanted
ma'am.
clarity if it was anything other than a residency requirement. And then as it relates to the mayor pro temp, I'll just say in general, I know we kind of were on a cadence. And if I believe, can we only give our, raises can only be given in election year, I thought. Correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney. And if so, the mayor pro temp only serves if it's delegated by the mayor. So we have been on a cadence that when we do address it, we address compensation across the board. So, can you clarify, can this even happen? Because I thought it had to be an election year.
So that is my understanding that the raises do occur in the election year. However, this is a conversation that we can start with the delegation to perhaps be implemented at the time of an election year, but that is correct. That is my understanding as well.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna ask the city clerk if he could speak to the residency requirements, some of the challenges.
Yes, thank you. As the election superintendent and qualifying officer for the city, I welcome and support this proposed amendment. In terms of residency requirements, there are a couple things that I've seen as deficiencies in our process, well, in state law, that prevents us from delving into candidates outside of a challenge being submitted. Number one, in terms of the residency, right now, candidates submit a affidavit and they attest that they live at their address and they've lived at their address for the requisite number of years. And outside of that, the state law doesn't give us any leeway to require additional documents to further prove that you live at that address, such as a lease, a bill, or something to that effect. I think the state law is very basic in terms of its requirements, and it affords or has a remedy that if you have suspicions that someone doesn't live there, then you submit a challenge within 2 weeks of qualifying. But I think that if we could strengthen that and put some additional requirements on the front end, we can assure the public that all candidates are indeed City of South Fulton residents. And then lastly, I don't know if this speaks to it, there's been some talk about background checks for candidates. Right now, there is nothing in the law that would allow qualifying officers to require that. And I know there's some legal considerations around that as well. But those are the two areas, Dr. Rao, that I would put in the record and definitely ask the support of the mayor and council to ask the delegation to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk.
All right.
Oh, can I do one follow-on, just to clarify? So I think I have it, so, as it relates to the city manager, it takes away the city council affirmative vote of 5 of the members. Is that the primary thing? And we still have to address the residency, is that correct? Are those the only two? Because it strikes out a significant portion.
Mm-hmm.
So they can just be terminated at will with 60 days.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
All right. Next, we will have Councilwoman Helen Willis.
Thank you. I just want to add some clarification around the Development Authority legislation that was passed last year for North Fulton. The legislation that was passed for North Fulton simply requires that in order for the Fulton County Development Authority to do a deal in North Fulton and any of the North Fulton cities, they have to seek permission. That's all it simply does. Historically, the Fulton County Development Authority would do deals, and not anybody would know what they're doing in respective cities. And that's when Atlanta really got, aggressive about making sure they had representation on the Fulton County Development Authority Board, because they were doing tax abatements that impacted, taxes for schools. And so that's what essentially happened. And it was legislation that was led by Senator Brandon Breach, former Senator Brandon Breach. I kind of worked with this situation to ask questions as it related to South Fulton. And what I would like to see us do before we go down this road is see if we can enter into some type of MOU agreement with our Fulton County Development Authority to ask if they would simply let us know when they're doing developmental deals in our city, or and let us know we don't have control if a developer wants to use them over us. That's that's their choice. We would hope they will want to come to our development authority and introduce deals, but I have seen instances when our development authority have not wanted to do certain deals, have turned deals away, and that leaves the developer no choice but to go to development authority. Or when it comes to certain deals, they feel like the Fulton County Development Authority has more experience, and that's just their choice. And so I think it's a divisive measure to take to have state legislation to say, I think we can work it out amongst ourselves. I would love to see our mayor go talk to the chair of the Fulton County Development Authority, along with the city manager and economic development director, and ask if we can enter into some type of agreement, mutual agreement amongst ourselves, formal agreement to say if they're going to do any deals in our city, they let us know what's happening. That's what be my recommendation. I would ask that my colleagues consider that before we go down this route.
Yes, ma'am.
Secondly, I would like to ask that you remove the measure to increase the mayor pro tem salary to $5,000, because if we're going to do that, we need to look at it holistically. I honestly think that these roles need to be full-time. I honestly think that we need to move to committee structure, and that will require full-time work. I honestly do not think we have enough time to vet our legislation with the way that we're operating now. And so I think if we go down that road and present this to legislators, that is not going to be a favorable thing to them. I think if we're going to do this, we should look at it holistically. And I don't think this year we should even tackle that. I think we should talk among each other, come up with a plan, and I think they will love to see why we feel like we should be full-time. I think they will want to know what are the things that we're doing, because that's what I constantly hear, that you are supposed to do policy and go home, when we all know that's not what happens. And so I would like to see that removed. So I would like to make that motion when I get finished. And I also would like, there's nothing in there about putting accountability around our Grady service, our ambulance service. We have a wait time that's 18 minutes or more, and the Department of Public Health controls. The regional council controls what service we get. There's no accountability of whoever controls the service as it relates to ambulances. They're working off of a proposal that was submitted in 2018, when we've had hospital closures since then, and we've had unimaginable growth since then. And so there's no kind of accountability what type of service we get in this area, and we don't control what service we get in this area. That needs to be addressed. And what also needs to be addressed is if we have to transport for priority one situations, then we should be allowed to be compensated for it. Right now, if we're transported, anyone to the hospital, there is no compensation or there's no reimbursement back to our city. And so those are three things that need to be addressed if they don't allow us to have our transport license. But we should be allowed to have our transport license. But if they're not going to do that, they at least need to do those three things.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. Next, Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
So, I want to address two things. The first thing, with the residency requirement. Although I know that people hate the fact that it seems like people qualify to run for office and they don't live in the district, based on a lot of different things. The affidavit that they sign is under oath, and it is, I believe it's a misdemeanor. It may even be a felony to lie. People go to jail for election fraud. People who try to bypass that, not even bypass, people who try to get away with it, they think that it's something very minor, and they think that people are hating on them and doing all this stuff. But when you get placed on charges for election fraud, you'll understand that no one in the state nor this city is playing when it comes to running for office. So I understand that people think that we should be, that this election superintendent and his office should be doing background checks, looking into all this stuff. Running for office is not, the legislation is there. All people have to do is challenge it. I've seen successful challenges. And even if there is a loophole, if someone has another home and did all this stuff, at some point it comes out. So I think that we're trying to get in the weeds of something that for hundreds of, as long as the state of Georgia has been a state, it's been an issue. And I think we're overreaching to try to engage our delegation in a resolution for something that just is what it is, and there is a resolution for that. The second part, so I can bring clarity to this issue about Mayor Pro Tem. As Mayor Pro Tem, I know that I have had to do a lot of extra work in this last year. And anyone who serves, and most of the council have served as Mayor Pro Tem, knows that it's a lot of extra work, whether it's attending an additional meeting or making yourself available from your full-time work or your other work. The difference between the council person's salary and the mayor's salary is $10,000. I figured that the Mayor Pro Tem should sit somewhere in the middle for the year that they serve, because they really should be compensated for the additional work. It is a lot of work, a lot of work. And the same way that council members on this dais have provided you and submitted to you what their legislative priorities are, I feel that the legislative priority that I have raised should be acknowledged. So I would ask respectfully for everyone to give me that same respect. Whatever your issues are that are your concern, I voice my opinion on these issues, yet I have not asked anyone to remove anything that y'all have talked about. So I'm asking for that same courtesy and to allow that to be something to be considered, to be discussed, because I'm just raising a valid concern, and I just would like that, and I respect everyone else's concern, regardless of my professional legal opinions. And that's it.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. And next, I believe I have on my list is Attorney Kelly. You wanted to share some comments?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Mr. Long, as always, thank you for being here with
Good
us.
seeing you.
I'm particularly excited to see the squatter provision on the agenda. I believe this is an extension of the conversation we started about a year ago. A lot of these issues, and even like with evictions and things of that nature, a lot of them are what's categorized in the law as in rem, which is a Latin term for against the law, the land, or against the property. When it comes to squatters, because this is criminal in nature, we do have something called due process, where part of due process is notifying the person directly that there is, that they've are in violation potentially or allegedly of a crime. So I'm excited to see this provision come forward as an extension of the conversation we started with the delegation about a year ago.
Sure.
I think by extending the notification that we have found squatters here, and if you are also doing this illegal activity, this will serve as your initial notice, will kind of help close that provision and help our law enforcement as far as enforcement of those provisions. The other thing I want to talk about is in section 7.18 of our charter.
Okay.
It mandates that every 5 years, we have a charter commission review the charter of the city. That was done, I believe, the end of 2022. Believe it or not, next year, it'll be time for another charter commission to review the charter again. It is my understanding, and again, this was before my tenure here with the city, so forgive me, Mr. Long, you may have to educate me on this. It is my understanding that the Charter Commission met and they gave a list of about 20 things that should be amended on the charter. With the new Charter Commission coming up again next year, what occurred with those 20 recommendations?
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. If I remember correctly, there were recommendations made by that Charter Review Commission, and there were 2 items in particular that made it to a legislative agenda and to the Legislative Council. I can't remember the second one, but if I remember correctly, the first one was that once they reviewed the charter, they recommended that the attorney, the city attorney for the city of South Fulton, not be a contractor or a vendor, but the city attorney to be in-house as an employee of the city. That was one. And it's my understanding, if I remember correctly, that came to a legislative priority and was taken up by the legislative delegation, if I remember that correctly. And I can't remember what the second one was. But I think of the 20 recommendations that were made, 2 of them made it to our legislative agenda and was considered by the legislative delegation. But I'll go back in my notes and I'll make sure that I get that to you.
Okay, we can follow up with that and then perhaps have a follow-up call next week. Again, I just want to make sure we're prepared for next year with the next Charter Commission and make sure that whatever suggestions that they have are taken up in the most efficient way possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Kelly. Councilwoman Willis for your second time.
So, most of the changes from the Charter Commission did not get taken up. So,
Correct.
and most of them didn't get taken up for another reason, is because they said a lot of the changes we can make ourselves under home rules. So, I know ideally you would think that would be a good opportunity, but it's really not. Second of all, Councilmember Gums and I worked extensively on the squatter legislation. We even went along with our own police personnel to lobby for the changes that were made. Sometimes you don't know what's going to happen until you actually have the lived experience. We have also met with the sheriff office and their attorney, and they know what they're doing. And so I would say that changes that need to be made to the law does need to happen on the state level. And we need to defer to our police department to find out what those changes should be, because they're the ones that's going to have to enforce the law, not us. Thirdly, we do have to vote on this legislative agenda, and typically how we do it is take each issue, and we vote up or down what we want you to include. That's what we have historically done. Now, this is my first time seeing or hearing about the Mayor Pro Tem potential salary increase. And had I known about it, I would have given commentary and my opinion about it. I just know historically when we have gone to the Capitol and asked for an increase or anything regarding the conversation has gone left. ideally, the mayor pro tem doesn't have to work that hard. We just had a situation where we had a mayor that chose not to be as engaged, and he told us that he was not going to be as engaged or as available because he had a part-time salary. That is not the position of our current mayor. And mayor pro tem is typically used sparingly and is done per the charter when the mayor is absent, incapacitated, or absent. And so it's very clear when the mayor pro tem goes into effect. And so I don't think that we should just look at one role on this council, and it's not personal. I don't think that we should look at one role on this council. I think we should look at it holistically, strategically, when we go to our legislators and say that it should be a salary increase. We have reasons, information why, and I do think we should consider going to a committee structure, which will require more time. So I'm looking forward to us vetting this more, but we do vote on these issues independently, singularly, so we can tell you what we want included in the agenda. So this has to be voted up or down. Each issue that you brought before us. Mayor, when is that going to happen? Are we going to do that today? Because the General Assembly is underway. And that's how we have historically done it. Attorney Kelly, that's how we have historically done it. Every issue that every item that he's brought up upon us or mentioned, or we've asked him to include, we vote on it as a body.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. Attorney Kelly, you have this is your second.
And I'll be brief, Mayor, I promise. I'm very aware of the heavy lift that you have done with the squatter legislation, and I think it was great. I think this was just a continuation of the conversation that we had last year. I do agree that significant input should come from the people on the ground who are enforcing the laws. Having been a criminal defense attorney myself in the past and having worked on both sides of the V, I know the frustration that officers do face sometimes when they go out, they arrest somebody, and then they see that same person back on the street. So I think with closing this loophole regarding notice, any savvy criminal defense attorney would make that argument if their client is in jail or has been charged with the crime of squatting if they didn't receive the proper notice. So I think this is a good opportunity to make sure that we're implementing that effectively across the board so that we're not frustrating our police officers who are going on the street and that we're also not wasting resources with arresting the same people over and over again and making sure that these charges stick. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that when it comes to the Charter Commission, if you read Section 7.18 of the Charter, it says at the first regularly scheduled City Council meeting 5 years after the inception of the City of South Fulton, Mayor and Council shall call for a Charter Commission to review city's experience and recommend changes. There is no provision in Section 7.18 for this to be a recurring commission. So, before anybody goes too far down the road thinking that there's going to be a second call for a charter commission, that is not what the charter says.
Well, there you have it. Thank you, Councilwoman Williams-Brown. All right, Council, we are at the point where I don't believe there are any other speakers, and we do need to vote on these items. We probably will do this quicker if we do by a show of hands, so I'll call each item that is on the legislative agenda draft that was presented to us, and we vote. And I guess I will have clerk record that, and we'll move forward. Is that easy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As you all do, have those in front of you? All right. You can call each item and you all will present a motion to vote.
The first priority is Development Authority independence.
If somebody has to make a motion.
I move to hold.
It has been moved and seconded. Can I see a show of hands? Development Authority independence will be held.
The second priority is establish South Fulton Senate delegation.
I'll entertain.
South Fulton Senate delegation.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Can I see a show of hands?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right,
Third priority is the squatters loophole legislative fix.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
It's been moved and properly second. Can I get a show of hands?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Awesome.
The
Next.
fourth priority is recidivism resources for the city.
I'll entertain a motion.
I motion to approve.
It has been moved and second. Can I see a show of hands, please?
Record that motion approved, 6-0.
There was someone that you abstained? Okay.
6-1.
All right, thank you. Next item.
Trucking restrictions is the next priority.
I move to approve the trucking restrictions that will require a county to sign off on restricting the truck route on a municipal road.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Can I get a show of hands?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. Next item.
The next item is the Camelot crisis, a state of emergency.
I move to approve.
It has been moved and second. Can I get a show of hands?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Absolutely.
The next priority is a charter amendment, city judges to be full-time.
I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
It has been approved, excuse me, it has been motion to approve and second. Can I see a show of hands, please?
Record 5 votes, 5.
5-2.
Currently 5. Are y'all in opposition? 5-1.
Okay, so right now, 5-2.
5-2. That motion is approved.
Next item.
The next priority is a charter amendment, the mayor pro tem salary.
I'd like to have an entertain a motion.
Second.
That has been moved and probably second to hold. Can I get a show of hands, please?
Record that motion approved unanimous, 7-0 to hold.
All right, next item.
Next priority is charter amendment clarification of roles.
I'll entertain a motion. It has been approved and second. Can I get a show of hands, please?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Awesome. Next item.
The next priority is a charter amendment, powers of the city manager.
I'll entertain a motion. It has been moved and properly second. Can I see a show of hands?
Yep.
All right, the motion has been rescind. Are we going to do anything with this item?
You gonna leave it? Yeah. Second.
I apologize. Am I supposed to entertain a rescind with, do we have to vote on her rescind? Okay. All right. Councilwoman is moving to hold this item.
Yeah.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get a show of hands?
Record that motion approved, 6-1.
All right. Next item.
The next priority is constitutional amendment, hospital definition.
Second.
It has been moved and second. Can I get a show of hands, please?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Awesome. Next item.
The
And last
final,
item.
final priority is strengthen candidate residency requirements.
I'll entertain a motion. It has been moved and second. Can I get a show of hands, please?
Record that motion approved, 6-1.
And there is an additional item that is requested to be added.
to allow our fire department to have transport license, more accountability around ambulance service.
Make a motion.
I move that we ask the delegation to give us the ability to have transport license to be reimbursed for any priority one transport that we have to effectuate, and then also for more accountability around ambulance service.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get a show of hands, please? All right.
Madam Mayor, with your permission of the council, I will get with your fire chief to make sure I have language for exactly how we want to present to the legislative delegation. But I have that recorded as we're moving forward with that. Thank you.
All right. Absolutely. Well, this concludes the items that are on our legislative agenda.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Now that each individual item was approved, there is an agenda item at the 7 o'clock meeting. I don't know if you want to entertain a motion to approve all together, the package as amended
Okay.
for submission.
Council, do you want to entertain it?
I move to accept the priorities as voted on today as the legislative packet for the city of South Fulton for 2026.
It has been moved and properly second. May I see a show of hands, please?
That motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
All right. Clerk, is there any additional items?
No, ma'am.
All right, we will now, since there is no further business for this particular meeting, we do not have to vote to adjourn. I will just call the meeting to be adjourned. Any questions?
Meeting is adjourned at 5:56 p.m.
All right.
per action of the mayor.
Yes, we will all take a moment, a personal privilege to run to the laboratory and to exchange out meetings. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes. Thank you. I keep forgetting. All right. Council, make sure you all switch over. It said calling the right woman.
Is they calling the right woman?
He lied.
Oh, I want a woman.
It don't say that.
Oh, okay. You gotta specify it any day, everybody in the room, some they own preference, that's fine.
All right. Ready? Let's go. All right, welcome to our alcohol license and zoning public hearings that is scheduled for today, January 13th, 2026 at 5 o'clock. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you sound the roll?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. This is the roll call for tonight's meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gums.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Madam Mayor and members of council, we have 4 items listed for deferral based on the need to go to the Planning Commission for their hearing. The first case requested for deferral is case Z25-034, CDP 25-012. It's an application by RS Group Incorporated requesting a rezoning from R3 in the Sandtown Overlay District and AG1 to R4 to consolidate the 2 parcels into one development at 4960 and 4980 Camilton Road. Future land use amendment from Suburban Neighborhood 1 to Suburban Neighborhood 2 is also requested. It's located in City Council District 1. Staff recommendation was approval and Planning Commission recommendation was deferral.
All right. If there are no if there are no objections, we can approve all items, A through D. Can we have a motion to approve all 4 items together if there's no objection?
I move to approve of items A through D for deferral.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second. Y'all want to try this in the queue? All right, let's.
Unfortunately, we don't have everyone signed in.
Everyone is not signed in. All right, let's do this quickly by a show of hands since we are a little off schedule.
Court, that motion approved unanimously 7-0 to defer, and this is deferred to the next zoning public hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is that the 27th?
Staff. Yeah. Staff when is. February 10th.
I amend my motion to defer these cases to February 10th, 2026.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are we doing February 10th because we don't have a planning commission meeting until when?
So the next planning commission meeting is next Wednesday, January 21st.
And when is our next council meeting?
January 27th, but we typically do the next council meeting that following month.
Why?
For deferrals. It's just a standard practice that we always done.
No, I would like to make a substitute motion to bring Z25036 CDP 25015 back to the council meeting we have our next council meeting on the 27th, correct? I would like to have that case brought back to that council meeting since the planning commission would have voted on it prior to that council meeting. There's no reason to hold it for a whole nother 2 council meetings.
All right, just for clarification, Mr. Clerk, can you please resound her amendment? What item?
You got your, okay, there it is. So Councilmember Willis is requesting that item C, and I think there was a motion to defer, and that was approved as 7-0. I recorded. Then there was a date added for February 10th, but Councilmember Willis wants to have item C come back before this body at the January 27th zoning public hearing.
Corey, you stated item C?
So, Mayor, just for clarification, you stated that the next planning commission meeting, this item was deferred. So it goes back before the planning commission meeting when?
January 21st, next month, next Wednesday.
We have our council meeting on January 27th, correct? Why am I waiting to bring this back in February?
So in the past, we've just waited till that following council meeting the next month whenever there's a deferral to allow the time for the planning commission. But I see no issue with it coming back January 27th, if that's your wish.
Yes, that's my wish.
So for all the other items, A, B, and D, do you all wish to have that on the 13th? We know that C is coming back on the 27th, or do you want all items to be on the 27th? Please clarify.
Question, I mean, I don't know, the staff can speak to if they have others in the queue, because it's usually staggered. Do we have a lot of cases on that day already?
On February 10th? I would need to check. I'm not sure if there's a lot of cases on that day just yet. I'll need to check the calendar.
Let's just leave it at the 10th, that way they have time.
Oh, that, no.
With the exception, I mean, yours.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So what I understand is that the motion is that items A, B, and D will be heard on February the 10th, and item C will be heard on January the 27th. That is the current motion on the floor. Do we second?
Second.
Okay. Has been moved and properly second. Can I get a show of hands for this item, please?
That motion was approved 7-0.
All right. All right, clerk. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
That brings us to our alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. First case, letter A, is a public hearing. The application by Kazi Sarah Jewel, doing business as Big H Shell Food Mart, has applied for an alcohol license for the retail sale of beer and wine located at 7100 Old National Highway, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. This request is for a change of ownership. It's located in Council District 7. Staff.
All right. At this time, do I need to open the public hearing?
Yes.
All right. At this time, I'm opening a public hearing on this agenda item. There's a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of that time. You may want to reserve some of that time for rebuttal. Also, keep in mind that time includes public comments for any of the citizens who are also in favor of your application. Any time granted for the application, the same amount must be given to the opposition, if any. You may proceed with your presentation.
Okay, good evening, council, mayor, and a happy new year. My name is Lieutenant Blaylock with the City of South Fulton Police Department License and Permits Unit. The application submitted by Kazi Surgeon Incorporation is doing business as Big A Shell Food Mart gas station located at 7100 Old National Highway, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. The applicant satisfies all legal requirements for insurance of an alcohol license. The establishment is an existing business within the city of South Fulton, District 7. It has undergone a change in ownership. The location previously held an approved alcohol license under the former owner. The current owner has submitted a public safety plan, which has been reviewed and approved. Staff recommend approval for the alcohol license application.
Is the applicant here? Does he wish to speak? Does the applicant wish to speak?
Good afternoon. The station has been there for over 30 years.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Azraf Sarkar. The station is located at 7100 Old National Highway. And yes, so majority of our customers are walk-ins. So we've been there for over 30 years. And we've been following all the legal rules and everything, all the procedures that we need to follow. And we're just going through under a different management and ownership. That's it.
Okay. Is there, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards in support or opposition to this application.
All right. At this time, I am closing the public hearing and we'll take questions from the council, starting with the district representative, Councilwoman Pritchett, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Is this located at Old National and Bethesda Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Across the CVS. Used to be a CVS. Now they closed down.
I know.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you guys have been there for 30 years,
The previous owner has been there for 30 years, if I'm not sure. Yeah.
and so you just,
Yeah, we're just going through a different ownership and management.
so it was a purchase, or you're just going through a management change, or an
Both.
ownership change?
Both ownership change and management change.
So are the previous owners going to be involved at all in the management of this store?
I believe he does have saying in the management of a day-to-day operation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional speakers? Okay. Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I quite followed that last bit. You're going through an ownership change, you're going through a management change, but the current management is still going to be involved in the management?
Not the current management, the previous owner.
The previous owner?
Yes. Because that's his property, and I think the new ownership, they just leased the business from him. And he does have saying in how the store also operates, or they want to remodel the store, and he has saying in that kind of operation.
Walk me through how that, so if the current owner still has...
Sorry. No, I think they don't have nothing to say in that. It's just a simple ownership change, not a management change.
Some new owners?
Yes, they're completely new owners.
What is your role with this?
I'm a manager.
You're the manager?
Yes.
Are you still going to be the manager?
Yes.
Who's the owner?
Right.
Who's going to be the owner?
He's going to be the owner.
No, I'm saying, who is the owner now?
Oh, right now is him.
And who is going to be the owner later?
Oh, no. So current owner is him. The other owner is not here who sold the store to them.
So, okay, because I'm going to have to vote on this at the next meeting, so I need to be sure that I'm clear in understanding what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Because I'm hearing a couple of things that one of these kids is doing its own thing.
Okay.
The gentleman behind you is the current owner, who has sold the business to another owner who is not here.
No. So he's the new owner who bought
You're
the
the
store.
new owner.
Yeah.
And you've bought the business from the current owner who is not here.
That's correct.
What role will the current owner be playing going forward?
You mean the previous owner?
The previous owner, what
nothing.
role are they going to be playing going forward?
Nothing. They have no role in this.
So when you said that they're going to be involved in the renovations and all the things, clarify for me how that works.
So since he owns the property, if we wanted to build a new building or add anything additional to the building, he has saying in that. Because since he owns the property and if we're trying to remodel or add any additional property or a store space, he has saying in that.
What property would he still own if you're buying it?
So so they're leasing the store, but the property by itself is still owned by the previous owner.
Okay. That part too. Is all the cross chatter is not helping me understand. So you're actually leasing it from the current owner who is still going to
On the physical land.
own the physical land, own the physical building, and will still be able to
I'll be able to.
determine whether or not improvements, upgrades, renovations, cleaning up the parking lot
No,
will happen.
No, so it would be if something is big and major that needs to be approved from him, then he would have to, then we have to get approved or saying from him, right?
Excuse me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Basically, like the previous owner, he mentioned it. He was like the property owner. So I just did the lease with him. So he tried to describe if we change to major things for the store, that times we should involve like the landlord. So that's why he was trying to describe you like any kind of changes or development that times should be involved the property owner, and we need to the approval from the first of all the property owner, then we can do it because we are the leaseholder.
Right. So as a concrete example, the floor needs to be redone. Do you have to go to the owner to get the floor redone?
No.
To paint? To do the roof?
No.
Pave the parking lot?
Basically, operating things is like the leaseholder should be maintain the government rules and regulations. Only for the constructions and the property things handled by the property owner or landlord.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Sean, last name is Sarkar. Address is 7100 Old National Highway, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This item is on our agenda at 7 o'clock.
No, ma'am, this will be at the 27th.
We will take a vote on this on the 27th of January. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is case U25-013. This is a public hearing, application by Early Rocket requesting a special use permit to allow group residence for 6 to 9 children in the community unit plan, Old National Highway overlay zoning at 120 Canewood Court East. This property is located in City Council District 6. This item was deferred at the December 9th, 2025 public hearing until tonight's meeting. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. Staff.
Good evening. Case U25-013, the address is 120 Canewood Court. The applicant is seeking a special use permit to allow for a group residence for children in a CUP. Again, the address is 129 Canewood Road. Staff is recommending approval conditional with 3 conditions. The first condition is that the special use permit is not transferable. The second condition is that the permittee is required to maintain a valid South Fulton business license in order to operate a special use for a group home. And also a third item we're adding on the floor is that no one over the age of 18 shall be allowed in a group residence.
All right. Is the applicant here? All right, at this time, I'm opening up the public hearing for this item on the agenda. Ma'am, you have a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of your time, but you may want to reserve any time for rebuttal. Also, keep in mind that times include public comments for any citizens who are also in favor of your application. Any time granted for the application, the same amount of time must be given to your opposition, if any. And you may proceed with your presentation. Please state your name and your address.
My name's Early Rockette. I live at 4705 Regency Trace, Atlanta, Georgia. I've lived at that residence for over 26 years. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Grum, council members. I am formally requesting approval for a special use permit for the property located at 120 Canewood Court East in South Fulton, Georgia, for the provision of safe housing for parenting or maternity youth between the ages of 13 and 18 years. The parcel is currently zoned as residential community unit plan, and per the city land use table, section 270.06, a special use permit is required for a group residence of 6 or greater. I am requesting the special use permit that will allow us to accommodate up to 6 to 9 residents in compliance with all applicable zoning requirements and regulations. There will also be additional compliance with the Georgia Office of Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner's Certificate of Occupancy and any applicable city laws or ordinances. The proposed use would provide much-needed housing and support for individuals who require supervision in a safe and structured environment. The residence would be managed in a way as to maintain the character and integrity of the neighborhood with no significant changes to the exterior of the property or its impact on traffic, noise, or other environmental factors. We fully understand and respect the concerns expressed by the commission and members of the community. It's important to us that the group residence remains a positive asset to the neighborhood, and we are committed to being responsive to any concerns about potential impact on the community. To that end, we are prepared to take several steps to mitigate any potential issues and ensure that the expansion is in line with the community's needs and expectations. Addressing community concerns, impact on traffic and parking. We understand that an increase in residents may also be associated with an increase or concern about traffic or parking. The residents in the group residence home do not own vehicles, and there will be 2 to 3 vehicles in the driveway at any time, to include 1 transport van. The property can be easily accommodate 5 to 6 vehicles in the driveway and the attached 2-car garage. Noise and activity level. The nature of the group home will remain consistent with its original purpose, providing a safe, respectful living conditions for all residents within that home who require residential housing. We are committed to maintaining quiet, respectful living conditions for all residents and minimizing any noise disruption that might affect the neighborhood. Property maintenance and safety. We assure the commission and community that the property will be maintained to the highest standards. We will adhere to all building code safety standards and zoning requirements to ensure the home is secure and properly managed. Occupancy number. The State of Georgia Fire and Safety Insurance will complete and provide a certificate of occupancy once the required fire suppression and alarm, safety alarm system is installed. This certificate of occupancy will be adhered to as it relates to the total number of residents that can safely be occupied the home. Storage. The property has a large storage area in the basement that extends the length of the existing house. If additional storage is needed, a storage shed can be placed on the 0.79 acres lot in the back according to any applicable codes or requirements. Why this neighborhood? This location was selected for a number of reasons, to include the zip code 30349 is one of the top 10 areas where children in defects custody originate. To reduce further trauma to the child, the goal is to keep the child within the area where they have established relationships, whether school, family, or community. The property is zoned residential with an associated community unit plan designation, which allows for group residents of less than six residents. The use of the property can move forward without a special use permit as long as there are less than 6 residents based on South Fulton's codes and ordinances. The existing property conforms to the standards set by the owner to allow for adequate space for the proposed residents and any potential children up to the occupancy requirements. The lot size, location to school, healthcare, parks, and recreation areas were also taken into consideration as part of selecting this particular location. As the owner, I went above and beyond the required public notification requirements by placing a notification in the Fulton Neighbor prior to purchasing the property. The City of South Fulton special use permit process requires a notification of residents using their designated address list after the sub-application has been approved. No address list was available prior to the sub-application. As part of the sub-application, I created and mailed an approved postcard with the date of the public participation meeting, planning commission, mayor, and council meeting dates, time, and location to the addressees that the City of South Fulton planning and zoning staff provided. Home value. The people nor the purpose of the home determines the value. The top 3 factors impacting home value include location and accessibility, quality of local schools, neighborhood safety, and overall condition. The maintenance and upkeep of the property will be maintained. We hope the commission will consider this request with understanding and recognize that this expansion is an opportunity to enhance the services provided to individuals in need, while also maintaining the well-being of the surrounding community. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Yekena Bigbe. I'm Ellie's husband. I came here this evening to give us support. We have other group home within the family, which actually I run in the city of Columbus, Georgia, Muskogee County. This is about the 3rd year now. Her coming forward to do the group home for women and their children is on my advice, is on my encouragement. Behind every successful man, there's a strong lady. Behind a successful woman, there's a strong man. So her coming forward to render these services to the community is based on my encouragement. And this is also based on my experience of the services that I've been able to provide the last 3 years in Columbus. I have 2 group homes which have been run successfully, permitted by Department of Human Services. So I'll be able to support her, and whenever there's any problem, based on what I know, I'll be able to kind of coach her. Now, when the resident had concern and they discussed this with her, based on my experience, I was willing to come out and address some of those concerns with the resident. Anything that is new usually gives anxiety and apprehension, but this is a service that the community will benefit from. based on my own experience in Columbus, Georgia, some of the kids we service, they are not actually from Columbus. Some of them are from Decatur, some of them as far as from Augusta, Georgia. Even this evening, there was some solicitation from Atlanta here trying to place some adolescent male in the group home in Columbus, Georgia. What she's doing is mother-baby unit being for female.
All right, this concludes your time. All right, do we have any opposition?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did receive 8 speaker cards in opposition. Of course, the allotment is 10 minutes, so we'll call the names, and if you would approach the center microphone and render your comment with the understanding that others behind you wish to provide comment as well. Would you come in this order, please? Marcia Clemendor, Michael Venable, Janet Perry, Nicholas Perry, Renee Rogers, Tenda Rogers, John Lee Asbury, and Jill Johnson.
All right, just to remind you all, you have a total of 10 minutes together. Okay?
Okay.
State your name and where you're, and your address, correct? State your name and your address.
Marcia Clemendor, 235 Adena Lane West, College Park. Anyway, good evening. Good evening. Okay. I'm the president, Marcia Clemendor, president of the Pine Tree Meadows HOA. I'm here representing the residents who stand firmly against the special use permit requested for a DFAX group home in our subdivision. And I want you to know, would you please stand, let them see who we are? Okay.
Petition with almost 100 signatures for those who are not here.
Okay. So I just want you to know that we think it's a great idea. It's just the location. The proposal places 5 to 6 pregnant minors, infants, and rotating 24-hour staff into a single-family home. That is not residential use. It is an institutional operation. Our zoning code is clear. Special use should only be granted when it does not disrupt the character, safety, or stability of the neighborhood. This project fails every one of those tests. It would create constant traffic. It's in a small little cul-de-sac. You have shift changes, you have DFAC visits, you have transport, emergency responses. Remember, all these women are pregnant, and they're all gonna go to the hospital sooner or later. And the activity is far beyond what our streets were designed for. A 4 to 5 bedroom, right now it's 4 bedrooms, and she wants to put a 5th one in the basement. So a 4 to 5 bedroom home is not built for this level of occupancy, staffing, and medical oversight. It raises safety, parking, and code compliance issues that simply cannot be ignored. The zoning board already denied this request because it conflicts with the intent of single-family zoning and sets a dangerous precedent for additional facilities in established neighborhoods. For these reasons, on behalf of the Pine Tree Meadows and its tax-paying residents, I respectfully request that the mayor and council uphold the denial and vote no on the special use permit. And let me also add, at the zoning hearing that asked the petitioner, this particular project that she feels so fervently about, she feels great about it, would she put that group home next to her house in Cascade? And she would not. So why does she think we want it in our neighborhood? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Perry,
And I am not a resident or homeowner of the past speaker's community. However, I am in the vicinity of where this group home would be. I am on point with most of what Ms. Clemendor said. Our issue is that we have several properties that were owned and that are owned by homeowners. That one is a Airbnb. And when we approached the gentleman, he had been there several years. I've been in my community 37 years. So he's been there as long as I have. And when we approached him about the Airbnb, he said he had a permit. Now, when I went on to the Fulton County Assessor's Office, I didn't see anything about an Airbnb. And I'm wondering if the municipalities are crossing over each other and presenting permits to these homeowners so that they can go ahead and do whatever they want. We had no knowledge that he was going to bring this Airbnb into the community. He is on a main street, okay? He does have multiple traffic. I haven't seen any evidence of him expanding his property. As far as I know, he's probably about 1,300 to 1,400 square feet. He has multiple cars on his lot, especially during the height of the season, summers, Memorial Day, or whatever. He'll have not families, but he will have couples coming in. I don't know if he actually has families there. We also have a care home in the community. Now, when I pulled up on the assessor's list, that I'm done. I'm running out of time.
You are. Can you stop her? So,
okay,
let me
close it
speaking
up.
about this particular location?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can only speak about this particular project.
Okay, I'm concerned about how agreeing with this proposal will affect the rest of the communities in the neighborhood. That's my concern.
And can you state your address, just for the record?
Yeah, it's 7165 Hania Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Renee Rogers, and I'm in the same subdivision as Ms. Perry. We just share the similar concerns we've already experienced. Like she said, the one home or two homes are already there that we had no knowledge of. They just appeared. And we are concerned that once they start, it's not going to be able to be stopped. There are no controls. There's no consideration for what the community wants. And people are walking around that we've never seen before, okay? Some people are older and some are younger. One woman lost her keys. We don't even know if she got any aid. No one in public service telling us what's going on. It just shows up, and we're quite upset about it. Because it's once, as Janet Perry said, they went to another county to get permitted. So if this is going on, I think you all need to be aware of that. And it is a true concern, because I know if it was your community, you would not want it. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you state your address for the record?
I'm sorry.
Your address. Did you state your address for the record? Where you live? Where's your address?
7170 Hania Drive, Fairburn, Georgia.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Please state your name and address.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montague Circle. You know, we've always had a big concern when we talked about zip codes. 30349 has one of the biggest areas where corporately owned homes are there. We just got back before last year, years before, talking about split pads. There are several on my street. We're having a big fit about this because it disrupts the neighborhood. I understand what these people are saying. Get rid of the emotion. This is a business. They're operating a business in a residential neighborhood. There is no way that I can compete with that. No one can. That you're talking about money from a business and a private individual, if and when that property increases or taxes increases, you're out of league. This has got to stop. This has endeavored our community terribly, and this is a bad move. This should not be a business within a single-family subdivision. It's not even at the edge of the subdivision. It's dead in the middle. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Janella Asbury, 140 Canewood Court East. I am inside that cul-de-sac. I have been inside that home. Although it has been renovated, it will be tight and congested for the young ladies, and I actually feel sorry for them because I have been in the home, and I can absolutely see this as a business for profit and not actually for what is in the best interest of those girls, knowing the layout of that home. Moreover, the driveway and what she's saying about the driveway and what will be accommodated, not with the transport van. She doesn't have as much driveway space or yard as I do. I am also, she initially told us it was going to be 4 to 5 girls. Now, due to the code, it's going to be 6 to 9. And we have also addressed the safety issues for mothers with young children, as we have brought to your attention before. The speeding and donutting constantly in that cul-de-sac weekly poses a hazard to young children in the area. Moreover, we have illegal rooming houses, which we brought to the attention of our council, Ms. Natasha Williams-Brown, at the last meeting regarding the illegal ones that are operating, which I have found out in getting the petition and talking to those in the community, that there have been police presence, having to call the police, excess trash, excess cars, which I saw for myself, parked up and down the road. We are asking you, as your voting base, as your constituents, and as the residents of City of South Fulton, not City of Atlanta, for you to stand with us as your residents and your constituents. And I voted for the current mayor based on what I have in this hand, saying that we will preserve our neighborhoods and our character. And that is what we expect of you all as representatives for the City of South Fulton. Thank you so much.
All right, do we have any more speakers?
Nicholas Perry, Tenda Rogers, or Q.
Okay, okay. All right, if there is no more comments, and I do not believe you have any time to rebuttal, you used all your time. So at this time, I am going to close the public hearing, and we will take questions from the council, starting with the district representative, which is District 5. No, I'm sorry, District 6, Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could get Early to come back up, please. And I'm sure, you have heard what the residents have had to say. So the special use permit is to have 6 to 9, correct?
That is what the ordinance asks for, is 6 to 9 in order for a special use permit. I can have less than that, which is my plan, but to get the special use permit, it starts 6 to 9.
So if you did not get the special use permit because you can have less than 6, and zoning and code already allows for that, you would still be able to have this home to provide shelter for these victims without having to come before the council.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any, and I'm assuming not, but I heard several residents mention Airbnbs. And if you could just speak to how providing shelter for these victims differs from operating an Airbnb.
Absolutely. First of all, a second chance home is also called a parenting support home. And that means that the youth who are there
can be women who are there with their child. Usually, they come into that program, it'll be less than 1 year of age. And we would have those youth there working with them to learn how to be independent, learning how to maintain finances, completing education, doing vocational training, looking at opportunities around housing once they age out or choose to leave the care of the state. This particular home would not necessarily have 5 to 6 pregnant women there. There may be pregnant women intermixed in the group, but there is some control that I would have. I would not want to manage 5 to 6 pregnant women at one time. So the home is a parenting support home, also called a second chance home or maternity home. And there would be, generally from what I want, is at least 4 to 5 youth that would be there, potentially with their child. Not all of those women would be pregnant or youth would be pregnant at the same time. There could be absolutely none that are pregnant. Pregnancy is also not an illness. It is a normal state of a woman's life, and women who go through it know as long as they're getting care, they're following through with the care that they need, and that's a part of our responsibility, that emergency vehicles, increase in traffic, those types of things would not necessarily be a part of it. However, there are times when emergencies happen, and that happens with anyone in any community. And so we are not saying it would never happen, but certainly the intent is not to have excessive emergency vehicles there to manage a normal condition of a woman's life.
And I believe I heard your husband say that that there's also a second chance home in Columbus.
Not a second chance home. We have a group residence in Columbus that houses between 5 to 6 residents as well.
Okay.
And those are youth that are in de facto custody. It is located within a neighborhood. We have neighbors to the left, to the right, to our back, and we operate there. If I had chosen to stay less than 5, I could have potentially operated and no one would ever know what was going on, because it's in my house. It's in my home. It's not an Airbnb. It is in my property, and what happens inside everyone's property, again, doesn't impact what happens as it relates to this particular use. It is providing housing and residence for those youth who are challenged and have been put into difficult situations.
If I may add a comment, the population that I cater to in Columbus, these are adolescent male, 13 to 18. She will be catering for women, parenting mothers. And actually, we chose this because of her background. She's a nurse practitioner. She did OB. This is what she did most of her life. This is service. I understand the emotion of the resident, but based on my experience, I had the same hesitation the first month, but the neighbor who came later when they saw the services being rendered, I had some of the residents saying, why not in Cascade? We've lived in Cascade for the last 26 years. Before she bought this property, we looked around to see where we can find suitable property that will serve the needs we want to do. And if any of the residents want to talk with me, I'll be able to share my experience with them. I do understand where they are coming from. But based on my own experience, this is not the case.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And I think I have a CDRA question, if I may. Ms. Subadan, if I could ask a CDRA question, because I just want to confirm that this application is for the special use permit is if they stay below 6, that's already in the code. They can already start operating if they stay below 6.
So our code is silent on anything under 6. I know that if they apply for a business license, they wouldn't be able to get one. But as far as operating under 6 children, our code is silent on that, and we wouldn't make any recommendation on it.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, I yield.
Okay. When do we vote on this? Is this next meeting or?
27th, yes.
All right, we will have a public vote on January the 27th. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Recognizing Dr. Catherine Rao, Councilwoman.
This is a question. I heard one of the residents say that she had been in a home and modifications had been made to the home. Were those changed? Can somebody in CDR answer if the house had been permitted for modifications?
It was the previous investor.
Oh, okay, so it's not the,
It's not her. It was already done previously to expand from a 3-bedroom.
Please allow the.
So I would need, this is my first time hearing about that, so I would need to check the address and check our system, see if any permits were pulled for the renovations.
yeah, I would want to know whatever modifications that were made to the house. Thank you.
All right, we're recognizing Councilwoman Helen Willis and then Councilman Sebastian.
So, I would like for the, historically, when I have dealt with, homes similar to this that had been constructed out, we went and pulled the, certificate of occupancy, and what has been in conflict with construction or rebuild out or redevelopment or remodel of homes is the certificate of occupancy versus what has been actually done. And that's how we have had a lot of non-compliance of the group homes, the split pads. That's how we've had them addressed in my district. And so I would ask that you reach out to the department that handles the certificate of occupancy, which is a third-party company, and ask them to send you the original building plan of the house. I would ask that you ask them for the certificate of occupancy, the permit, and review all of that. And I would say that the pushback that you all are seeing from the community is, I know that this is a need, but these type of homes typically don't do well in traditional residential communities. And that's a pushback, and that's the honest, I'm just being transparent. That's just the pushback that you see here. And that's why we place in our zoning code that when group homes are placed in residential communities, that it has to come before the council for a special use permit. So that we could get feedback from community. Also, we can make sure that the construction is in alignment with what was approved on a certificate of occupancy. Now, what I have found, not saying this is the case, but I found that a lot of times that there has been remodel done to homes, several rooms have been built out in homes, and that is not what have been approved by the inspector. And we had a severe situation happen in our city where there was a fire and a whole family, it resulted in a fatality because they didn't have proper accommodations for the extra rooms that were put in this home. They didn't have any exit doors, they didn't have any windows, and they couldn't get out. And so I'm asking that you go back and look at all of that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. Councilman Sebastian.
I have just one question. How is the home being used right now? Because I think I've heard a couple of different things in the comments.
The home is currently vacant right now.
It's currently vacant.
It's currently vacant. When I purchased the home was sold as six bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 2,300 square feet. And that's how it's currently
Okay, thanks.
set up. And we will, I would like to add, we do have to get a certificate of occupancy. We do have to put in fire alarm, fire suppression systems. We have to put in egress windows because it is a two-story. So we have to put in special windows. Matter of fact, they're already in, but have to put in special windows for egress from the house, as well as all the different signs and everything that's needed. And that's what we're going through with the Fire Safety Commission. They will determine that, come out and inspect ongoing to make sure that we're in compliance with those requirements.
Okay, thank you. And again, we'll take a public vote on January the 27th. Still second time. Councilwoman Willis has one additional question for CDRA.
So my question is, she said that those are requirements for her to have. So how is she before us asking for us to approve this? Huh? But I understand that's a state requirement. But what I'm saying is, how is it that we're asking to approve something that has, and they have all these state requirements that haven't been even complied with? It's something wrong with our code, because how are we going to approve for a group home and we haven't even assured that the proper compliance around, the state requirements have been met. She's saying that she's going to have to do this, she's going to have to do that, she's going to have to do all of these things, but yet this is before us for us to approve.
Right, so typically, people come in and get the special use permit before they invest into the property. So that will come after they actually get the use, they will actually get the use permit approved. Say, for example, they did the work and the permit wasn't approved, then it kind of they wasted their money. So how the process starts is they'll get the permission or the use first, and then they go in and make those investments.
Okay. All right, again, thank you, and we'll have a public vote on the 27th. Clerk, may you please sound the next and last item, please?
Yes, the last item on tonight's public hearing agenda is case M25-003, application by Sean Slaughter, care of Robinson Happy Homes, requesting a modification to zoning condition 3B of zoning case 2001Z-0121 to reduce the required 50-foot principal building setback from peripheral property lines adjoining property to a 20-foot principal building setback for lot 226 in the Community Unit Plan Clifton Overlay District. The property is located at 969 Brookmere Court. It's located in City Council District 3. Staff recommendation is approval.
All right, so case M25-003, again, the address is 969 Brookmere Court. The applicant is requesting to modify a condition from a 2001 zoning case. That case, again, is 2001 Z-10121. And they want to reduce the required 50-foot principal building setback from 50 feet to 20 feet. So if you're looking at the lot, it'll be The western portion of the lot, they want to reduce that setback from 50 feet to 20 feet in order to accommodate the house that they want to build. Staff is recommending approval, and again, because this is a modification, it does not go before the planning commission, so that's why there's no recommendation from the planning commission. These modifications come straight to city council for consideration.
All right, is the applicant here? At this time, I am opening the public hearing for this item that's on the agenda. Sir, you have a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of that time. You may want to reserve time for rebuttal. Also, keep in mind that time includes public comments from any of the citizens who are also in favor of your application. Any time granted for the application, the same amount of time must be given to the opposition. If any, you may proceed with your presentation. Turn your mic on.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and the mayor. I'm Sean Slaughter, 375 Rockbridge Road, Lilburn, Georgia. I am actually the owner of a home building company, Highland Park Homes, and I'm representing Ms. Tracy Robinson with Robinson Happy Homes. She purchased a piece of property in South Fulton in Stonewall Tail Manor. The property was vacant. There was nothing there at all. And once we went into the permitting services and paid for the permit, then we found out, hey, there's a 50-foot buffer going through the lot. This buffer was not shown on the site plan at all. So during the due diligence of purchasing the property, there would have been no way to know this. So we've give maybe some renderings. So we have some renderings of actually what the home will look like. We have HOA approval. If we do have to do the 50-foot buffer, it will make the house only 20 feet wide. So we will adhere to the buffer, but if we could just change it from 50 to 20 feet. It's okay. Yeah.
We're pausing your time or giving you back time.
And so what you have in front of you is the approved home from the HOA, from the Stonewall Manor HOA.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation at this point?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, we did receive one speaker card in opposition. Mr. Paul Bergenthal.
Okay.
Paul Bergenthal.
Good evening. I'm Paul Bergenthal. I've lived at 4580 Stonewall Tail for 41 years. We're the adjacent property owner of 969 Brookmere. A brief history, way back in '01, when the developer of Stonewall Tail Manor made a presentation to the Cliftondale community, we were concerned because our north property line butts up to the development. Originally, it was a cul-de-sac. Said, oh, this will be nice. There's just like 6 homes on a cul-de-sac. Well, they made decided there had to be a interconnect or inter-parcel connection for future development. Unfortunately, the Fulton County traffic engineer put that interconnect at our corner stake of our property at the center line of Brookmere Court, which, because of that, we lost a 25-foot undisturbed buffer. Over the years, the only thing, they tried to develop that lot 3 times, 2 times before City of South Fulton. The last time, they actually we were assured that they would put a no-build item on that lot. And we were hopeful they'll put it like a little green space for the manor, Stonewall Tell Manor. Well, over the years, they had this parcel connected with other multi-parcel sales, and unsuspecting buyers bought it. And in 2017, America Homes for Rent was the owner. They tried to develop it, it was stopped, and out of spite, they did a major excavation. Now it looks like an Olympic swimming pool, and actually created a possible floodplain problem. There is a massive, at our property line, they came up to our property line, it's up to a 15-foot, almost a vertical drop. And I have pictures here showing the development. But to be a realist, yes, I understand, you know, the only reason we're opposed to this is because we feel like to protect our property rights and upholding the agreement that was made by the community back in, amended in 2002, that, well, this 50-foot buffer, that was our only relief, that we lost that 25-foot undisturbed buffer. But, you know, we were sure that they would put a no-build item on it. And to be a realist, okay, the Robinsons unsuspectingly bought this, not knowing, I guess it was never actually, when City of South Fulton became a city, it was lost somehow in a transition from Fulton County to the city. And to be realistic, okay, understand, you know, you want an extra tax base, a little more HOA funding, but what are we going to do about the erosion? The steepness of the hill, I think it needs to be looked at. If they do develop it, there's going to be has to be some sort of masonry wall to prevent further erosion. And, you know, it could be, I think, just a lot of problems in that development. What they presented for the rendering, that's not realistic, because that's showing like a level lot, like it once was, and it is no longer a level lot. I can pass these around, you can see what I'm talking about. The first photo, this is the timeline. That is, time-wise, how the bridge is. You know, other than that, I can't say, you know, I feel sorry for the Robinsons. I feel like they were duped in buying this property when there should have been a no-build amendment on that property. And we've made numerous contacts. I know City of South Fulton is, I'm impressed with what it's becoming. They went through some growing pains. I think all the city planners we originally spoke with are no longer with the city. And, you know, we were told, as far as with the erosion, we had people look at it, we'll do something about it. Nothing was ever done. Perhaps that's our fault for not getting more aggressive, trying to get it corrected when they first did the excavation. And that was America Homes for Rent at that time, where they, I think out of spite, because they couldn't develop the property, they took all truckload after truckload after truckload of dirt from the site. And how, you know, if they do build a home there, they're going to have to correct the drainage, the possible further erosion. We were told they would slope the hill and put junipers on there. I don't think that's going to, you know, solve the problem.
All right. We'll stop the clock. You'll have 4 minutes left. If the Robinsons want to rebuttal, you have 8 minutes remaining.
He is correct that there will have to be something done for the erosion. I don't think that he's a landscaping engineer, but we will have to do something for that future homeowner that does purchase there, because it is an erosion problem currently, but when you build on any kind of site, you do have to take care of those problems.
Anything else? Anyone would like to rebuttal? We're good? All right, I will move forward with closing the public hearing at this time, and we'll take any questions from the council, starting with District Representative 3, Helen Willis.
Hello.
Hello.
I guess my question is for staff right now, if you don't mind. You all are approved the condition. Have you all taken into consideration or looked into any of the concerns that was brought to this council today regarding erosion and the lot not being as stable?
So today is the first time we're hearing of those concerns. We can certainly work with our engineering department to send some site development inspectors out to do an inspection. But at this time, no, we haven't looked at that from a planning standpoint. But again, since we are under CDRA, we can't work with our engineering and land development team.
I can't hear you. So what now?
We can work with our engineering and land development team as they have site development inspectors to go out and see actually what the conditions are on the ground.
Let's see how to say this. How does it get approved without somebody going out looking at the lot? And addressing these concerns? Because he's saying this is the first time he's hearing of this. Then the developer admittedly said, yes, something is going to have to be done about the erosion concerns. I see no conditions that will address that issue. So how does staff approve this? Did they go look at the lot? Did they go do a site visit? Like, how did this get approved without these concerns being addressed? I'm confused. I'm seriously confused.
So if I could answer, our planning staff are not engineers. Again, we do our review from a planning standpoint, not an engineering standpoint. We do have engineers on staff that could go and look at the site today, that they raised those concerns. But again, when we look at it, we don't take into consideration necessarily an engineering aspect, as that's done after the planning is approved.
So I'm ignorant, not demoralizing myself. I'm just saying I don't know. We do have engineers on staff.
Correct.
So at what point are we, like, you're planners, correct, but at what point are we, is there a process where engineers are looking at this stuff, going out to the site visit, like going out to the site to look at this stuff and put conditions and recommendations? Because this is scary. Like, the builder admittedly said, yes, we're going to have to do something about erosion. And then we get pictures from the property owner adjacent from this land who bring up all of these concerns, but there's not one condition to address this. And we do have engineers on staff. So I'm just confused on how this got approved without addressing this or having any conditions to address the erosion issues.
And I understand your points, and they're well taken. As Matthew mentioned, we do have engineers, but also keep in mind, there's the initial zoning planning process in general cases, and following the approval, once a person apply for their permits and go through the land development permit process, that's when the engineers inspect the land and put conditions and requirements as they review the construction process.
But I don't see any conditions. I don't see any conditions. I see a modification. I don't see any conditions. And the property owner said, we are gonna have to do something about the erosion.
Right, those conditions are part of the land development permit process. There's an evaluation of the property, and then the conditions and comments are brought from all aspects of the development process, from the engineers to the arborists, the land erosion process, and all the requirements will be put into place at that time for the builder to to construct and make the property buildable and not have an impact on the neighbors as well as the property owner.
But you said that process was already done.
No, I'm saying that process takes place once if this zoning, this modification is approved, then it will go through the LDP process, the land development process. And the engineers will do the evaluation about the infrastructure on the property and put those requirements in place for the landowner to build.
So can we have those conditions? So, because they don't know that those conditions exist, are going to exist. He's saying that
Well, it
something
sounds like that the property owner may have done a survey on the property. I'm sure some evaluation, as they are aware, there are some erosion issues. And so I'm sure if and when they go through a LDP process, they won't be surprised that when the engineers evaluate it, that they will have to put some measures in place to mitigate the erosion issues or any other issues brought up by the engineers.
Okay, but I have a modification in front of me, and I don't have any. I get that may be addressed through an LDP process, land disturbance permitting process. But is there any conditions we can put in place to give a surety to that?
Do you have any thoughts, Matthew?
Because typically when something like this occurs, there's some type of written condition saying, okay, this is the case, but this is how we're going to mitigate this issue. And both of them are saying there are erosion issues. But you're saying it's going to be addressed through the LDP process. But I'm asking to grant a modification.
So as part of the modification, you can add a condition that says all land development or all erosion controls issues will be met prior to the issuance of a CO or prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit at that time. So you can add that condition, but again, that's typically done during rezoning, but you can add that during the modification as well.
So can, Ms. Davis, can your staff take an engineer out to this lot to look at this lot and put necessary conditions or recommend necessary conditions to mitigate the concerns that the property owner has brought to our attention on the record?
Ma'am, Reginald McClendon did go out to the site. So someone did go look at it from South Fulton. So it's not that no one's actually unaware at all.
And that was my question, did anybody go?
Yes.
And so,
Yes.
So then my next question is, can we have the conditions written out to address the concerns that the property owner adjacent to this land has?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am having problems getting into the queue. I did have similar questions and concerns over what Councilmember Willis raised. Because the minute I'm hearing these size buffers, the next thing that comes to my mind is why? Why does that buffer exist? And the thing that we have a responsibility to do as a council, I believe, is that when we make these decisions, it's for the best interest of the public and for the future safety of the public as well. I think the last thing we want to do is to approve something and something gets built there and it has problems in the future, whether it's with flooding or the earth moving or whatever. Because what's going to be said is that the city of South Fulton approved this. So I agree with Councilmember Willis. I would like to hear from our staff exactly what was observed and what their recommendations are, especially since this is not something that's going to go through the Planning Commission. because, well, while we want you to use the property, I believe, because you bought it. But also, I think we have a responsibility to look after the safety of whatever is going to go there. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
I can't answer why the buffer is there. It's not because of water or erosion or flooding or nothing like that at all. I think it was just when the first developer back in 2001, it must have been some type of agreement with the homeowners prior, but they never put it in writing. They would put it in writing. Not only Miss Robinson wouldn't have bought the property, but other people would have never bought the property either. But since it's not in writing, you're kind of misled in this aspect.
And that's why I think having more detailed opinion from our experts, because it was also said that this is not the first attempt to develop that property. So the question really is why, what is going on? And I think we have a responsibility to hear from our experts before this council would make a decision about this. Okay? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So we would like to defer this item to the January 27th meeting to give time for our Land Development Department to go out there and make an assessment and come back with some conditions as Councilwoman Willis has indicated.
All right, does the councilwoman want to entertain a motion for that? Okay, all right. So thank you. This now concludes, and we will see y'all on January 27th. January 27th. Thank you. Clerk, can you please sound the next item, please?
Next item was executive session if necessary.
Okay, just really quick, I know we are delayed with starting our public meeting, but we do have a very important executive session item. Please, council, tell me what your pleasure may be.
Can we do it at the end of the next one, since we're 30 minutes behind?
Remember, we have outside counsel that will be here as well. So please, listen. Just one proclamation. Please entertain.
I move that we recess to executive session for litigation, personnel, real estate, and cybersecurity.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I see a show of hands, please?
Yeah, we got this.
To approve unanimously, we are recessed at 7:33 p.m.
Just to the public, we will be in executive session for a few minutes. So the 7 o'clock meeting will be delayed. Okay? Y'all can hang out for a little bit, get to know each other. We are back in session. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
I move that we reconvene from executive session.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I, yeah, it's a quorum. Can I get a show of hands, please?
Of course, that motion approved 4-0. We have reconvened at 8:37 p.m.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please advise if there was any action that was taken in executive session?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, there is an action that I believe Councilmember Rao will put before the body for consideration.
Councilwoman Rao?
The council has decided in executive session to enter into a retirement agreement with Chief Keith Meadows. So I move that we accept that separation agreement.
It has been moved and properly second. We are taking a public vote. Can you please, let's do this vote. You want it, well, no, we don't have time to do it in the queue. Can I see a show of hands? Do we need to restate?
I showed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 votes in favor.
Okay.
And record, we have 2. No, denial?
No.
Okay. 5-2.
5-2.
That is approved.
All right. Was there any other action that was taken?
No, ma'am, no other further action.
If there are no additional business that can be held from our executive session, as well as our alcohol and license zoning meeting, we will go ahead and adjourn that meeting. Council, can you please begin to switch over to our next meeting, which is our official city council regular meeting? Give you just a moment, and we will attempt to use the queue as well. And we will go ahead and start the video. Please.
Thank you for joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. We are proud to introduce the leadership entrusted with guiding our city forward. Mayor Carmelita Gumbs, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 2 Councilman Aaron V. Johnson, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. Supporting the work of this body in the operations of our city are City Clerk Corey Adams, City Manager Sharon D. Subadan, and Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. Thank you for being the best part of the City of South Fulton, a city on the rise.
Oh, thank you and good evening. I love that video. It gives the drama and the flair, right? It's nice. So thank you, Public Affairs. I love it. I am officially calling the City Council regular meeting for January 13th, 2026 at 7 p.m., even though we are a little bit behind to order. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound a roll?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, this is the roll call for tonight's regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gumbs.
Here. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is invocation by our city chaplain.
Let us pray. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, first, Lord, we want to thank you. We thank you for this day. Father God, we thank you for bringing us through 2025, and we are expecting great things to happen in 2026. Father God, we ask that you keep a hedge of protection around each and every council member, all the police officers, all the workers, and all the residents of the city of the South Fulton. Father God, we ask that your presence be here, Lord, that let your will be, not our will, but your will be done. Amen. Let us turn for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there is one proclamation presentation this evening. It's a proclamation recognizing Yusuf Muhammad, and this is sponsored by Councilmember Sebastian.
All right, good evening, everyone. So this is a proclamation honoring Yusuf A. Muhammad, Jr. Whereas the city of South Fulton recognizes transformative leaders who have dedicated their lives to advancing education, equity, and excellence, and whereas Yusuf A. Muhammad, Jr., principal of Phoenix Academy, has devoted over 20 years of empowering students and championing academic achievement, regardless of their background or circumstances. And whereas Mr. Muhammad's education journey began in 2003 as a social studies teacher at Benjamin Banneker Academy in Brooklyn, New York, and his commitment to leadership was further demonstrated through his participation in the New York Leaders Aspiring Principals Program and subsequent principalships at Benjamin Banneker Academy and City Polytechnic High School. And whereas upon moving to Atlanta in 2016 and to the new city of South Fulton in April of 2017, Mr. Muhammad served with distinction as principal of George Washington Carver High School, where he established the STEAM Academy at Carver and founded Georgia's first P-Tech early college school, leading to record increases in graduation rates and academic achievements within Atlanta's public schools. And whereas as principal of Phoenix Academy, Mr. Muhammad continued to uplift Atlanta's most at-risk students, creating a nurturing environment that fosters hope, opportunity, and success. And whereas Mr. Muhammad's thought leadership is evidenced by his 2019 TEDx talk on the transformative power of love and community in urban education, and his academic pursuits include degrees from SUNY, Cortland, and Cornell University, as well as current doctoral studies at Clark Atlanta University. Whereas Mr. Muhammad's unwavering dedication is inspired by the memory of his late wife, Tanea Muhammad, and the love he shares with their 4 daughters. And whereas, in recognition of his outstanding service, Mr. Muhammad has been named Atlanta's Public School Principal of the Year for 2025-26. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton do hereby and honor and congratulate Yusuf A. Muhammad, Jr. for his exceptional leadership tireless service, and lasting impact on students, families, and do hereby proclaim Tuesday, January 13, 2026, as Yusuf A. Muhammad Jr. Day in the city of South Fulton.
You have anything to say? Sure. You're a teacher, right?
Thank you so much. This is an incredible honor. Not in my wildest dreams that I think moving to Atlanta would have so much impact on students, but it's really my staff, people who are committed to students regardless of the circumstances. Our children are beautiful. Our children deserve the very best life has to offer, and I'm just honored to be in the space to help facilitate this work. So thank you. I appreciate this honor for my family, my community, and faculty and staff at Phoenix Academy. Thank you so much. Got 3 of my girls here. Come on. And my mama and my lady. Come on up.
All right. We're going to squeeze in just a little bit right here. Perfect. Okay. Everyone's looking right here. 1, 2, 3. And one more time. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Madam Mayor and Council, we got one more, a special presentation, so if you would please join us here.
Thank you. I'm going to ask all directors and deputy directors to come on up here with us. Come on, move quickly, we late. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
That's for me.
For our new mayor, Mayor Carmelita Gums, as you lead the city of South Fulton forward. Mic check. As you lead the city of South Fulton forward, may wisdom and fairness and guide your every decision. With respect and partnership, the city manager and the leadership team, January 2026.
Probably go way back. That should be good. Well, actually, a little bit more. That's perfect. Thank you. Almost there.
Can you see Attorney Kelly? She's in the back. I'm calling spirits. Okay.
All right, everybody, we're looking right here. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. I told you, should have come on up. Ready? This thing is good. Sure. Maybe a little bit more. All right. Yeah, appreciate your help. Yeah, no problem. It should be good. All right. All right.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Madam Mayor and members of council, that brings us to Roman numeral 6, which is the adoption of the council agenda. I have received some revisions and additions for this evening. First, regarding the consent agenda, the board appointments for Councilmember Williams Brown. There are 2 board appointments that we need to add an effective date to, and that is for Natalie Jerome, appointment to the Cultural and Historic Landmark Commission will be effective February 4th. The appointment of Paulette Devon to the Board of Zoning Appeals will be effective February 4th. Also, Mayor Gomes is adding a city event for approval, One Heartbeat Senior Sweetheart Day celebration, hosted by Mayor Carmelita Gomes at Enon Ranch on February 13, 2026, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Also, I have sent to you a resolution. Councilmember Willis is seeking to reappoint Ms. Kimberly Mays to the South Fulton Development Authority. And with that, those are all of the revisions and additions that I'm aware of. Which one? Which one?
Yeah, we are.
Sponsored by Councilmembers Willis, Johnson, Sebastian, Pritchett, and Natasha Williams Brown.
Mr. Clerk, I'd like to make the proposed amendment, item B go before item A. Under alcohol rezonings, variances, and modifications. Correct.
Are there any additional amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Clerk, I have a question. Let's see, under administration, I'm so confused. No, I'm sorry. Under alcohol licenses, rezoning variances, blah, blah, blah. Item number E, I believe that it was indicated that this item is going to be, that the developer was going to, the applicant is withdrawing, so is this item, does it have to go on the agenda, or?
Yes, thank you for that, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. The developer for item E, which is consideration of the override of the mayor's veto, which was for 7210 Old National Highway. If you check your emails, we just received a letter from the developer advising that they wish to withdraw their application altogether because of the veto. And it's in your emails, and My understanding, they just submitted it.
So what is your pleasure?
To remove this item. I think this is very unfortunate that we lose a development and the benefits of that, the infrastructure improvements that went along with that, but yes, to remove the item because it's a moot point.
Attorney Kelly, just for procedural purposes, I know the charter says that we have to hear it, but being that they have requested withdrawal, is it okay to have this item removed?
You still have to vote to accept their withdrawal. So I would leave it on, it would be best practice to leave it on and someone make a motion consistent with their request to withdraw.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Procedurally, what the charter says is that if something was vetoed, you have to vote to override the veto at the next regular council meeting. And so I get that the developer wants to withdraw, but would it still be proper for us to vote to override the veto?
So if I may respond, Madam Mayor? So since they've already requested for it to be withdrawn before you all have voted to overturn the veto, the most appropriate measure would be to vote on their withdrawal request. And then that would make the portion of overriding the veto moot at that point.
One more time. Sorry.
Release. So it would be you would have to amend the agenda to make a motion regarding the item, given their withdrawal request. And since they've made that request to withdraw before you all have overridden the veto, what the proper procedure should be to do a motion acknowledging and whether or not you're going to accept their withdrawal, which would make overriding the veto moot.
Councilwoman Williams Brown.
And so I guess my question is procedurally, if it's been vetoed, if it's already been vetoed, which means that it wouldn't happen anyway, why wouldn't we just strike it from the agenda and leave the veto in place?
You could do that, but because they've specifically made the request to withdraw their application, we want to make sure that the record is very clear on when they can reapply, or if they decide to reapply. And so that's why we would want to, on the record, accept their withdrawal and also making the veto or the need to override a veto moot. So because the withdrawal or things of that nature trigger timeframes on when they can reapply or appeal or whatever, we want to make sure that we have that clear on the record that we accepted their withdrawal, making the need to veto or address the veto moot.
All right, sounds good. Any other amendments to the agenda, council agenda? All right, I'll entertain a motion for the amended agenda.
I move to approve January 13, 2026, regular meeting of regular council agenda to be approved as amended.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Please, can I get a show of hands?
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0, as amended.
Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
Next item is approval of city council meeting minutes. Request council approval of city council regular meeting minutes, December 9, 2025. Work session minutes, December 9, 2025. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, December 9, 2025. And special call meeting minutes, January 5th, 2026.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to accept these minutes as sounded.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get this by a show of hands?
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
We'll use the cue very soon. All right, Clerk, Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
Brings us to Roman numeral 8, which is the consent agenda. We have items A, B, C, D, E, F, And that's as amended with those dates for Councilmember Williams Brown's appointments.
All right, let's entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as sounded.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get this by a show of hands?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
That brings us to alcohol license rezonings, variance, modification cases for motion and vote. First case is second read and request council approval of an ordinance by the City Council of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to provide an exemption of the provisions of Section 302.15 of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purposes of waiving distance requirements for a gas station to be located at 0 Jonesboro Road, 0 Kenwood Road, to add Section A, Section 302.15.1 to codify gas station exemption, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
Is everyone in the queue? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve as sounded.
All right, let's take this in the queue, this vote in the queue. Okay.
The wording is not the right item.
Yes, that is true. I will, we're sending this vote and cancel it and do it over because we changed the order. Okay, that should be the correct motion, item there. And the vote is open. That motion was approved 5-2.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Takes us back up to letter A, which is second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance case Z25-029 and U25-010, an application by Quick Trip Corporation, care of Battle Law requesting rezoning from C2 in the Old National Overlay District to the C2 with a special use permit to allow for and operate a convenience store with gasoline pumps with accessory car wash at 0 Jonesboro Road and Kenwood Road. It's located in Council District 7. Staff recommendation was approval of Z25029 and denial of U25-010. Planning Commission recommendation recommended denial of both cases.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move to approve as sounded.
It has been moved and properly second. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. That motion was approved, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item C. Second read and request council approval of a rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-031 and CV 25-004, application by Laverian Grundy Sr., requesting a rezoning from R3 in the Sandtown Overlay District to R4A to develop 3 single-family residential lots on 1.65 acres at 4865 Camilton Road. The applicant also requests a concurrent variance from section 405.01B and 2 to eliminate the 100-foot buffer. It's located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right. Entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
It's been moved and properly second. Can we please take this in the queue? Let's vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item D. Second reading, request council approval of rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-033, U 25-014, CDP 25-012. An application by Andre Washington, care of MK Energy, requesting a rezoning from AG1 in the City Grove Overlay District to C2, and a special use permit to operate a convenience store with fuel pumps. Requesting future land use amendment to amend the character area from rural neighborhood to community work live at 0 Camilton Fairburn Road. Nearest cross street is Jones Road and Hall Road, located in Council District 4. Staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation was denial.
All right, well, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move for denial.
All right, can I get any? All right, it's been moved and properly second. Can we take this vote in the queue?
That motion was approved, well, it was denied, 6-1.
All right. Okay, we are down to my beautiful parting gifts.
I state for the record that there was one abstention, so 6-0-1, one abstention.
All right, do they have to express their abstention?
Personal. And the attorney's already upon personal, it can be a conflict of interest, so I am asking to recuse myself.
Okay,
That would be sufficient for the record, Mayor.
thank you. All right, so we are down to item E. Mr. Clerk, please sound that item.
Yes, we're at item E. This is council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of a zoning ordinance KZ 25-011, CDP 25-006. The applicant is requesting rezone from C1 in the Old National Overlay District to TR Overlay District at 7210 Old National Highway, and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from Regional Live Work to Suburban Neighborhood 2 for the purpose of constructing 107 townhomes on 13.4 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 7. Staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation was denial. And I just want to remind the mayor and council that we did receive a letter that they wish to withdraw.
All right, I will entertain a motion on the letter of withdrawal.
I move to approve, to accept the withdrawal for zoning ordinance case Z 25-011/CDP-25-006.
It has been moved and probably second. Can we take this in the queue?
Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure that the prompt on the motion is correct. The motion is accept withdrawal, so I just want to make sure that that's correct.
I have a question. My question is, do I also address the moot point in this veto? Okay, I'd like to amend my motion.
Okay.
I amend my motion to include that the override of the veto is a moot point. Can I get a second? Second. Thank you.
All right, it has been, the motion has been amended and seconded. All right, and we have a vote in progress. Okay, we're voting on the amendment of her adding that it's a moot point. Can I get that by a show of hands, please?
Of course, that motion approved 7-0 unanimous.
And now we are voting on the letter, the withdrawal, accepting the withdrawal.
Yeah.
Has everybody voted? All right.
It's approved 7-0.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter F, council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of a zoning ordinance case Z 25-001 and U 25-002, application by Randy Pilmsler requesting a rezoning from MIX to C2 zoning with a special use permit to allow for a self-storage, multi-facility, and retail on the site at 0 Riverside Drive. This property is located in the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is approval conditional of both cases. Planning Commission recommendation was approval conditional of both cases. And would like to note for the record that we should have before you a petition that was distributed before the meeting.
All right. I would like to entertain a motion and then we can go into discussion. Or do you want to? Questions to who? I don't think we can. Oh, the attorney, the city attorney. Yes, you can.
No. Okay, I would like to move that we sustain, that we do not. How do we, I don't want to accept the veto.
It's the motion to override the veto.
Okay, so I would like to move that we override the veto, and then I have discussion.
The motion is on the floor.
I move that we override the veto.
It has been moved and properly second. Discussion?
Yes. For the clerk, the petition, it came from who? Okay, and we also received, did you or did you not receive a petition from the developer?
Not for this meeting. I think they submitted one when the public hearing. Yeah, I think they submitted one when the public hearing. I didn't receive anything today or leading up to the meeting.
So I have received an approximately about 20 emails in support of this project, and the petition that he submitted last time had about 32. I have a question. Here's my concern about this development. My concern about this development is that the CDRA department was in agreement. That's why I want to ask, is it proper for me to call the attorney up for the developer? I have questions. Attorney Kelly.
That part may be a bit tricky because the public hearing on this is closed. You all can have discussion amongst yourselves, but to call up the attorney for the development may be inappropriate. But you can call up CDRA if they have a question, if you have a question to our staff.
Okay, I do have a question for the CDRA. My concern is, I'm concerned about the liability that we will have and exposure we will have voting this down, because CDRA gave the developer, said they were in agreement with the condition to make this project feasible. And then they said on record, they went ahead and changed their position based off of the request of a council member. And then I got in possession a text message where a council member sent text messages to individuals on this council asking them to talk to individuals about opposition to this project. and why they had problems with the project. Now, if we were to face any type of litigation, all what happened would be these phones and these text messages could be subpoenaed in deposition. And so I was told that, as council members and policymakers, that we're not supposed to make a concerted effort to kill people development. And there was a concerted effort to do that. And there are text messages that some of us have in our phones saying that you should go talk to this person about this development so they can tell you why they don't want this development. Then we get a barrage of emails from residents who live near this development saying they wholeheartedly support this development. So at the end of the day, I have to vote my conscience, and I am tired of the city being labeled as not business friendly, and I'm tired of the city constantly being in lawsuits. And all this attorney has to do is subpoena these text messages. I rest my case.
Do we have it? Dr. Rao?
Yes, I just want to make plain on the record that this petition that you have from you is full of names for people who live on Wakecrest Drive. And there are pages and pages, and it includes people beyond that area, but these people live directly adjacent to this property. So while one petition had names from one community, please be clear, I don't know what Texas you're referring to, but I have spoken to people to consider the voice of constituents who are here who are concerned about this development. This is a special use permit, no different than the one we previously dealt with group homes and other things. They are not entitled by right. There has been no effort to kill anybody's deal other than share the opinion of constituents. So I don't know what text that you might be referencing, but these are residents. And again, you've had feedback through the public comment process in September, October. Nobody has come and stood before you in support of this position, this storage facility. But you did have people during a public hearing who spoke against it.
All right.
So I ask you to respect the community and my constituents and vote no on overturning the mayor's veto.
Okay. Are you in here? And I understand that this is a touchy subject, so Councilwoman Willis, for your second time.
One of the text messages read, hey, let's touch base tomorrow. I spoke to Juanita Marbury, and I think will be beneficial for you to have a conversation about the special use permit with Reginald McClendon, and is in the city's council's purview to vote them up or down. Approval is not just based on land use designation. And so what I am saying is, I think it was a little overreach for us to get involved. We did hear from constituents who live in the community. I have heard the pros, people who don't support this, and I have heard from people who do support this. We have also a petition of residents who support this. We also have a barrage of emails that all of us got sent of residents who do support this. So you got some who do, some who don't. And at the end of the day, I'm very uncomfortable of how overtly, and I did not call any names, policymakers have gotten involved in this to try to kill this development. I do think that there's going to be liability behind this. I know it will be liability behind this. And so I am going to do the right thing and override this veto.
We have another speaker in the queue. All right. Is that from last time? All right, Councilwoman Pritchett, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So thank you for acknowledging me, Madam Mayor. I just want to chime in on the fact that this mayor's veto, here's my position on the mayor's veto on this matter. For the last 2 council meetings that we were here, the mayor was not present. These are meetings that I chaired. The mayor, in my professional opinion, doesn't even have any familiarity with this situation, and the mayor's vetoes, to me, seem to be a weapon that he has used, that the former mayor used, to express whatever he wanted to express, and I don't think that this body voted on this matter. The mayor enters a veto, and it really neutralizes or disregards the will of the council. I do not agree with disregarding the will of the council and the previous vote because a mayor who was not involved, engaged, or even present decided to enter a veto. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett. Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, for the record, what was the vote? What was the previous vote?
The previous vote on this case was 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay. So for some time now, I have been, because of the actions of the previous mayor, for some time now, I have tried to put legislation in place that says you have a 6-7-0 vote. We were having a lot of games being played with this veto tool, as we heard Councilwoman Pritchett just said. It is very unfortunate because it was used as a weapon to weaponize council against council and citizens against council. The bottom line is we are asked to make certain decisions based on recommendation of staff, based on recommendation of some citizens from the Planning Commission, and based on our own research. Both Planning Commission and staff recommended this thing to be approved. We heard from a lot of citizens on either side of this thing. We looked at the location, and 6 members of this council decided lawsuit. And I am not, based on the decisions and the evidence that I have seen before, I am not sure if my mind can be changed with this. Because yes, I've been getting all the emails in support, and yeah, I got few in opposition. But I didn't get all those emails in opposition when we were voting this the first time. So I'm not sure what is the movement that have happened now. But if it's one thing that I have learned in my short time here on council, the majority of the people out there in the public who support things, they're not going to come here. So again, I'm making the best decision based on the information that I have, recommendations, strong recommendations from staff and from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, for your second time.
One thing I would like to say is that while there may be concerns about litigation, I think the amount of lobbying that this developer did to council that excluded the council member, as well as continued efforts to keep me out of the process, that should be also noted. And I also would like to say is while we talk about that, you had received numerous over the months that this case was going through the public comment process, people who were opposed to this, the Sandtown Association, and these names, you look at it, there's originals submitted. These people live on this street. These people aren't far. It includes additional names. And I think you all saw the email with the mayor. They copied all of us on them, asking him to veto this. So it's not left on deaf ears. He also lives in District 1, the mayor. So whether he was present or not, he is also a stakeholder. And so, again, I implore you to listen to the votes of the residents. And again, I don't know what support, because not one person stood up in support of it at the public hearing, and that's recorded in the public hearing.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rowell. There are no additional speakers, and there is a vote that is on the floor. So at this time, we will entertain the vote.
So the motion to override the mayor's veto with a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Sebastian.
And we'll take this vote in the queue, please. It's a lot of people that, all right. All right.
So that motion to override the mayor's veto fails. 4 yeas, 3 nays. 5 votes are required to override the veto.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Madam Mayor and members of council, that brings us to public comment. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each, and public comments will not exceed 30 minutes. Speakers will not be allowed to yield or donate their time to other speakers. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Speakers may only address the presiding officer and shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. With those rules read into the record, we do have a number of speaker cards. As I call your name, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, and your district. Jewel Johnson, Kimberly King, Glenda Collins, Jill Lindsay, Stephanie Hudson, Demetrius Nelson, Debbie Davis.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As we move forward with excitement and dedication and joy, grounded in focus and unwavering commitment, just like we held the former leadership accountable from 2021 to 2025, we are fully dedicated to holding this leadership to the same high standards, if not higher. Our energy, clarity, and resolve remain strong as we continue to lead with purpose and integrity for all districts, all 7 districts. Also, we sincerely appreciate change regarding the opportunity to speak on items not on the agenda publicly. Sometimes citizens have concerns not on the agenda when we travel near and far. It's a waste of time if not heard. We also would like to thank you, we would also like to say, if you would reconsider opening the online chat for the City of South Fulton YouTube page. It has been disabled since COVID-19 2020. We would like to communicate, connect, and thrive with all districts on public chats, especially with our seniors who can't make it out publicly. And also want to go on record as saying that we are excited about the upgrades in all of the parks in District 5 and 6, Old National Park, Creel Park, and Burdett Park. And also, we're excited about the the gas station on 138 and Old National. They also are a safe haven, and they're environmentally clean. So that would bring change to our corridor, which that is 2 state highways, which is Highway 138 and Highway 279, which is Old National. And that's it for them. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
First of all, I would like to wish all of you a Happy New Year. And I would also like to congratulate those that won during the election. And I do have a few questions to ask my council person, Glenda Collins, District 5. But I will hold them until Thursday, and you and I can have our discussion. Thank you, and y'all have a good evening.
No, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Gums and City Councilmen and women. My name is Demetrius Nelson. Also, want to say Happy Founders Day to all the respective members and your organization. Thank you so much for your service to our communities. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the matter at hand that I'm concerned about. I want to say that at least 21 of my fellow neighbors that we live in Sandtown Falls subdivision, which is part of District 1, that we are against the establishment of this self-storage multi-facility and retail on Riverside Parkway. When hearing about this consideration of this, my mind immediately went back to...
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Being that we've already voted on that item, we can't have further discussion on the storage. But do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Yes, I have other things that I will say to just discuss the principle of the matters in which you all serve. I'll say this, that I see in this booklet of city accomplishments, it states that we are shaping tomorrow today. I just want to, let's ensure that in shaping tomorrow today, that we don't make this city that you all say is on the rise, have it looking like yesterday and looking like yesteryears. I want to encourage you all that as you being representatives of us, that we rise above the rhetoric of what looks good on paper, but doesn't manifest itself in good practice and policy for the good of our people. If we are saying no, then no means no, and you should honor that fully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I won't take a lot of your time, but I do want to thank you. My name is Debbie Davis, and I'm the president of the Sandtown Community Association, and I'm also a resident in District 1. And I do want to thank you for not overriding the mayor's veto of the storage facility. We've started listening about this facility in April, and we do know a lot of...
Ms. Davis, we can't talk about the storage facility because it was on a zoning matter. So we can't talk about the storage facility because it was on a zoning matter. So is there anything else you want to talk about?
Just a thanks.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
being here.
Thank you.
Do we have any more speakers?
All right, Kimberly King, Jewel Johnson, Stephanie Hudson. Anyone else?
Okay. Ms. Denson, you can come to the mic. But you can't talk about the storage facility. All right.
Okay, good evening and Happy New Year. I pray that each one of you will have a terrific New Year 2026, that you and your families will be blessed with good health, wealth, joy, peace, love, and steadfast commitment to making the city of South Fulton the best in Georgia. Now, I know that's a tall order, but the city is predominantly African-American. The council is all African-American. And as an 82-year-old woman, 83 in September, I know what we can do. And there have been times when we have not done what we ought to. I hope that everybody that's on this council is on it to make the city a better city and not what you can get out of it. As President Kennedy said, ask what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. So ask what you can do for this city. I would so much love to be able to point all the time with pride in this city, but sometimes there are problems. But I hope that you all will learn to work together. You don't need to air your dirty laundry. You really don't. And there's too much of that. It's embarrassing to go on the website and see what's happening. You need to realize it's not like it used to be where you're in a room and nobody knows what's going on but the people who are there. Now everybody can check the website and see what's going on. And it can be embarrassing. And we know how to do things. We are people who know how to make much out of little. So I ask you all to please do that. And I'm so happy to congratulate my councilperson, Erin Johnson, and thank you for your vote tonight. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Denson, and you did it in time. All right. Mr. Clerk, if there are no more speakers, can you please sound the next item?
That brings us to council comments.
All right. Let's start with District 1, and we're going to keep them nice and sweet. I'll start with District 7.
Happy New Year's, everyone. Glad to be here. Congratulations again, Madam Mayor. We're looking forward to great things moving forward this year. And that's all I have so far.
The sensational District 6.
Yes, greetings and salutations, and as always, welcome back to the Sensational 6th District. On January 24th, we will be having our monthly food distribution with the Atlanta Community Food Bank at Creel Park at 10 a.m. You will recall from last year that people started coming and lining up at 9 o'clock in the morning, so please do get there early. We will be there until the food runs out. And normally I would look in the back to make sure that I got everything, but since that was the only thing that I had for this month, Madam Mayor, I yield. Oh, no, I don't. These are your what? Church announcements. Please govern yourselves what? Accordingly.
All right, govern yourselves accordingly. All right, District 5, will they keep it live?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and again, congratulations to our new council colleague and all our re-elected and the mayor. So again, happy 2026 to all of our residents, staff, everyone who makes this city great. Just to recap, I know you've heard D5 Town Hall meeting will be on Thursday, this Thursday, January the 15th, where we address complex issues and matters as it relates to our city as well as the district. But as always, I can be reached directly at 470-525-1974. So I definitely encourage residents to always feel free to call and or email. You don't have to wait until the battle is over. You can shout now. And so you don't have to wait until Thursday for the town hall meeting. Please feel free to give me a call. But this town hall meeting is also open to any and every resident within our city who would like to come, hear updates about District 5 at a glance, but also the great works that we're doing here in our city. So again, it will be on Thursday, January the 15th at Burdette Park from 6 to around 7:30, 8 p.m. I look forward to seeing you all there. And again, as always, if you're not receiving our community newsletter where we provide community updates, infrastructure, road improvements, birthdays, greetings, salutations, all the above, we do ask that you send us an email or reach out to our office. We can also be reached at 404-747-2336, and that is my constituent services representative, Mr. Philip Watley. And as we all wear our beautiful D9 colors, I want to take a wonderful privilege and the honor to highlight my sorors, the lovely ladies of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Ooh! So I just wanted to let you all know Happy Founders Day and wishing you all a beautiful day. And all of my sorors, all of my D9 sisters, I wish you all a upcoming beautiful Founders Day as well.
Miss Denson got him out here ooping in the middle of the council meeting.
Z5?
Goodness. Point of order. Point of order. But one thing about Councilman Bell, she picked the best day to have her town hall meeting. All right, January 15th. All right, so moving on to the Fantastic Four.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and again, congratulations, and congratulations to Aaron Johnson, Councilmember Aaron Johnson, for being here. I know you will do awesome in the second district. Listen, I don't have none of that like what Councilmember Bell just did, so don't expect that from me, okay? For me, I just want to remind folks that we are still going through these extra comprehensive plan meetings. And I think the first one that's coming up is next Thursday, January 22nd, right, at Elegant Occasions at 7580 Springboks Drive in District 4 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So come on over, continue to give your input and hear the latest update on our comprehensive planning process. And basically, that's all I got. Thank you all very much and Happy New Year. And I'm looking forward to even greater things here from us in the city of South Fulton this year.
Awesome. Now we're moving over to District 3, where I heard that's the place to be. Is that still the tagline? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy. It's always a joy to get that motivational speech from you and voice of wisdom. I appreciate that. I want to congratulate my colleagues on getting re-elected. Councilmember Williams Brown, Councilperson J.C. Sebastian, and newly elected Aaron Johnson, and our new mayor, our first female mayor, Carmelita Gums. You all work hard to serve, and residents voted for all of us to be here. So I don't think any of us are here for our own agenda or benefits, because this is hard work and it's a thankless job. And most of us are spending at least 80 hours a week serving our residents, whether we're fielding calls or whether we're doing community outreach, whether or not we are attending training, or whether or not we are just doing things to represent our city in other facets through conferences. And so this is a thankless job. This is hard work. And I think that the residents have made their decisions on who they want to represent them, and everybody needs to respect everyone's decision. And I would like to challenge residents to, if you have questions, if you have concerns, work with your council person. Don't do open record requests and run with narratives that's not true. A lot of things that you see on social media are not things that we put out, but they're things that residents put out without talking to us, getting the facts. And so I think that we all should do better and strive to do better in 2026 so that we could have the city that some of us worked hard for 5 years to advocate to get. I am looking forward to celebrating Martin Luther King, or celebrating the legacy of Martin Luther King. And with that being said, bring your 2025 baggage and paper to Welcome All Park on Saturday, January 17th. We are having a shred truck there. And we are also, if you come and participate in the shred event, shred paper, we will also be partnering with Fulton County Fresh Market, mobile market, to make sure that you are distributed with fresh produce and vegetables. And so we want you to come out. That is my MLK Give Back. I know when I did this event that included recycling prior to the holiday, I had over a participation of over 200 residents, and they were so grateful that that event was extended to them. And they asked that I bring something back after the holidays. So we don't have the recycling portion, but we do have the shred portion. I want to thank all the residents who came out today and engaged. And we can't build the city and move the city forward without you. And remember that each of us want to hear from you, get the facts, and let us move forward in the spirit of collaboration. We're not going to always disagree. We're not going to always agree. And remember, although we have many organizations in the city, there are many people who are not a part of these organizations, who don't go to these meetings. And so we have to make decisions based in the spirit of people who are speaking, sometimes in support and sometimes who not in support. I pray that I go to bed with a good conscience, making sure that I make the best decision and the right decision. And we need to work towards having less litigation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. All right, District 2 now. I know you don't have a theme yet, or do you?
I like that crown jewel. We're still working on it. I got some text messages the other night or something. So don't worry, District 2, we're going to have a name in the first quarter of this year so we can be cool like the other cool kids here. But yeah, that got voted down on the first night. We didn't even get through a glass of water. They were like, "Man, it's," so we're going to go. We're going to come up with something, though. We're going to come up with something. But first of all, let me say how excited I am to be here. Just working for this city and working for the people of District 2 and working for the people of the city of South Fulton is truly an honor, and I promise you I will do everything I can to do the right thing by the people of the city of South Fulton, especially in District 2. I'm excited to be working with our new mayor, who's also a resident of District 2, by the way. So she gets to be my mayor, I get to be her council person. So District 2, we're gonna have a lot going on the council. I look forward to working with you as well. Madam City Manager and the staff, thank you so much for being welcoming to me and helping. They helped me find the bathroom. They got me a phone, and I got a computer. And I'm gonna get a cord, but I got a computer. So I truly appreciate that. I'm working on a calendar. We are currently putting a calendar together so I can have some great announcements when we do this portion of the meeting as well. But what I can tell you is that we're looking to have a town hall ideally in the first quarter, but we'll get back to you on that. And I have to say, of course, Happy Founders Day to the ladies of DST. Happy Founders Day in a couple of days to the ladies of Zeta Phi Beta. And in order for me to keep a happy household and make my mother-in-law continue to like me as well as my wife, Happy Founders Day on Wednesday to the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. It's Thursday. See, now I'm gonna get in trouble just because of y'all.
We got you. We correct.
All right, you got me though. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, District 1, where all the fun. I don't know.
Number one is number one. What's understood doesn't need to be explained.
Yeah, you got about 5 hand claps out there.
Join me in Cascade BMA on MLK Day, January 19th at 10 a.m. for our community cleanup. This is an annual event. We're partnering with Atlanta Black Chambers again. We will meet at the Cascade Driving Range to clean up the business corridor. All supplies will be provided, pickers, safety vests, the whole nine. We encourage you to come out and make it a day of service, hands-on, not off. And we look forward to seeing you at that event. The Code Enforcement Department will be hosting the Power of Compliance Workshop, a panel discussion and resource fair. It's taking place at the Southwest Arts Center on January 21st from 6 to 8 p.m. Come hear from representatives from different city departments, ask questions, and get answers. I know y'all love to call me and text me, continue to do that. I'll continue to be your voice, but this is a chance for you to touch base directly with these departments. The District 1 recycling shred date for this year for the first one for this year is January 24th from 9 to 12 at Sandtown Park. Bring your aluminum broken down boxes, old mail, and newspapers in recyclable containers. And last but not least, through January 31st, you can see Living Testament, an art exhibit by African Americans for the Arts, and take advantage. It's a really nice exhibit. And last but certainly not least, again, congratulations to all the individuals who were reelected, to our new mayor, Mayor Gomes, and to our newest council member, Aaron Johnson. I look forward to serving and having a productive 2026. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm going to keep it really short and sweet. Let's give them a hand, everybody. This is your council for 2026, and we are excited. Again, I want to just echo I'm coming off of the high of the weekend. It was amazing, really celebrating our city. We got to do some great things. I do want to take a special moment and thank our city manager as well as the staff that all had a hand in putting on such a production. I think we are trending. The city of South Fulton is trending all across the nation. So it was wonderful displays and actually tapping into our community. So I'm excited about what we're doing, and we just got to continue to build off that energy. So again, thank you all for the wonderful support. We got some great things that are happening. Other than that, I don't think we have much more for me to say, other than let's move the city forward. And again, I'm looking forward to all the great things that will be coming. All right. And with that, Mr. Clerk, sound the next item, please.
That brings us to Roman numeral 12, agenda items under administration. First is a resolution appointing District 5 Council Member Keosha Bebel as Mayor Pro Tempore, and this is sponsored by Council Members Pritchett, Ryle, and Williams-Brown.
Now, before we vote, I do want to make sure that I just put this out here. If you all are willing to group these items together, items 1 through 9, in a gross amount, so we can, if there's unanimous consent, please do, as we will expeditiously move through this agenda.
5.
You have a what? Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I move to approve the resolution appointing the District 5 Council Member Keosha Bell as Mayor Pro Tem?
It has been moved and properly second. We will take this vote in the queue.
Oh, my goodness.
Has everybody voted? Stop talking to her, let her vote. We gotta hustle.
The motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Congratulations to District 5 Councilmember Keosha Bell as your 2026 Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. Not up here from this stage.
Next item is number 2, request council approval of a new appointment to the Public Facilities Authority. This requires a appointment of one of the council members. And I'll let either Ms. Subadan or Attorney Kelly expound.
So because our previous PFA chair is now our illustrious mayor, We cannot have her serve as both on the PFA or as the chair. So the council has to appoint another appointee to the PFA who will also serve as chair.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I would like to nominate Aaron Johnson for the Public Facilities Authority.
All right.
I do have discussion.
It has been moved and properly second. We're moving into discussion. Yes.
Thank you. From what I recall, when this body appointed the members of the PFA, they selected their officers. So I am surprised that we'll be replacing the chair with another chair since the body selected their officers. Because my understanding was that at the next PFA meeting, we would select the officer of the new chair. Okay.
That is correct. I was just notating that we have to replace Mayor Gums, who also served as a chair. So when the PFA convenes, then they will also pick a new chair. So I apologize if that wasn't clear, but we just need at this point to pick a new appointee for the PFA. And then when the PFA convenes, they'll pick a new chair.
Oh, I'm about to say. Okay, go ahead.
I want to make a substitute motion. I want to make a substitute motion to appoint Aaron Johnson to the Public Facilities Commission, just to make an appointment. I do agree with my colleague, Councilperson Sebastian, that who they choose as members of the Public Safety Commission should be amongst them, not us. So if you're rolling off, that's a position that's available. I just think we should just simply make the appointment and let them work amongst themselves, deciding who they want to, how they want to shift officers or who they want officers to be. So my substitute motion would be to, what was the motion? I'm talking to the chair. Chair, can you ask the clerk what the motion was, please?
Mr. Clerk, can you please tell us what the motion was?
Okay. Well, what was the confusion? Because you said he was appointed as chair. Oh, you said versus chair. Okay.
All right.
All
So,
right. Well, I withdraw my substitute if that's all we're doing.
thank you.
All right.
All right, so we do have a motion and it has been moved and properly second. Can we take this vote in the queue, please? City Attorney?
So because she alerted that she had discussion before we went into a vote and nobody called the question, then we should allow her to make her point of discussion.
All right, District 6, Councilwoman.
I think and no slight to you, Councilman Johnson, but this is literally his first meeting. And we have a council member who's been sitting here on the council that's been involved and knows what's been going on with the Public Facilities Authority who would like to serve. No, she's not. And so I would just throw that out there, is that literally this is his first meeting, and we've got business already in motion, and it's not meant as a personal slight to you at all. Yeah.
Councilman Johnson.
Well, I'll withdraw, not because it's my first meeting, because I've led quite a few meetings. But if there's somebody else that's been working, I don't have a problem with that. I was just asked. I said, okay. So it's no big deal, but not because it's my first meeting.
All right. We're back in square one. I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to move to appoint Councilwoman Linda Pritchett to the Public Facilities Authority.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second. Discussion. Councilwoman Willis?
I would also like to add that this public safety, one of the public safety, where the police headquarters is actually going to be in her district. And the court is going to be in her district. So I want to thank you, Councilmember Johnson, because that was very polite of you. You didn't have to do that. And so I appreciate that. I just want this council to take into consideration, there will be other opportunities to make appointments. And I just hope that you would take that in consideration of Councilmember Johnson. The next time we have an opportunity for an appointment to be made on an organization, that we make sure that he's taken care of, because he really didn't have to do that. Thank you.
Look at us, kumbaya. All right, let's keep it moving. While we have, has it been voted? We still got one discussion item. Very,
No, I just wanted to say thank you, because the comments are well received, and thank you. I keep wanting to call you Aaron, because I'm so used to calling you.
Right.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Councilman Johnson, for deferring and letting Councilwoman Pritchett serve.
all right, so let's vote.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Wonderful. And now that we don't have any snafus, I would really love for us to do a unanimous group of these items if there is no,
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry. I know. Number 5, there's an addition from staff.
okay, so can we group 3 and 4?
Actually, number 3 has already been voted on in the work session, so that we don't need to vote.
All right.
Okay. I move that we approve by unanimous consent item number 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 under section A. Under section B, items 1 through 5.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded.
With that.
Can I entertain a vote by Corey? What do you think is, you want to do a show of hands, or is it easier to do it? All right, let's do this since we're grouping them. Let's do this in a queue really quick. All right, appreciate you all.
And that's items 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then under section B, 1 through 5.
And 3. Were we not doing 3?
Yeah, 3 was already.
Already did it, okay. Got it.
Those items were approved unanimously, 7-0.
Wonderful. This tool works. So let's look at item number 5. Mr. Clerk, can you please call that item?
Item 5, request council approval, resolution of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, authorizing the mayor and members of the city council to have full access to all city-owned buildings and facilities at any time, with the sole exception of the city attorney's office suite, which shall remain a secure area to maintain the confidentiality and integrity of legal documents and matters, to provide for severability, to provide for an effective date and for other lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Williams Brown.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve as sounded.
Is there any discussion? All right.
So
Can I see the cue, please?
okay, well,
One moment.
I-
Linda, your cue's
I
not working.
said discussion.
Okay.
So I'm discussing. So with regards to, it says, full access to all city-owned buildings and facilities. There are buildings that we have, like the one that we're in, that we do not own. I'm being real technical here because there are other buildings that we have, such as the Economic Development Office, that those of us who represent Old National frequent work out of from time to time. And I want to know how we can obtain the access that we need without having to work around anything necessarily within reason. I'm just asking a question. I don't know who can answer that question. Ms. Subadan?
Sure, so you will go through the buildings, make sure that your IDs activate. We will need to talk about alarm codes. So we'll have to figure that part out.
So what I'm saying is, and I'm saying this publicly, if we need, it's typically one of the three of us. If we need to gain access to that building, you're saying that our badges will work, but I speak for myself, or them too. We will contact one of the ACMs and coordinate what we're doing and obtain, and deal with that protocol there. Okay, I yield.
All right, there's quite a bit of movement in the queue. So Attorney Kelly, did you want to respond?
I didn't have a response to that. I think that's more procedural and administrative, and I believe that, I keep wanting to call you Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Pritchett will confer with the city manager on that point. But I do believe that we do need to address one minor change, and this came up from staff regarding our GCIC and GBI requirements when it comes to securing certain facilities. So the proposed language I think that we should add to this legislation is that all city facilities and locations where criminal justice information, CGI, is stored, processed, transmitted, or accessed, including IT server rooms, network closets, police records units, property and evidence, dispatch centers, and other designated CGIS secure areas, shall be physically protected to prevent unauthorized access, damage, theft, or interference in accordance with the FBI CGIS security policy and the rules and regulations of the GCIC. Physical access shall be strictly limited to personnel whose assigned job functions require access, and who have been authorized, have undergone GCIC required background checks, and have completed required CGIS security training. All visitors to CGIS security areas must be logged and escorted at all times by authorized personnel. Appropriate access controls, environmental protections, and monitoring mechanisms shall be implemented and maintained by the city's IT department to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of protected information. This policy supports compliance with GCIC oversight and audit requirements.
All right. Can I see the cue? Next, we have Dr. Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'll say for the record, I've been here 8 years. I've never needed full access to any building. Usually when I'm coming in, it's during business hours and I can get buzzed in. Really, primarily, I'm here if I come in here. But just from a risk management standpoint, can you tell who is entering the buildings at all times? And I'm including us. I'm not suggesting that anybody, might have issues, but we are not exempt and above the law. Can we make sure that we know who comes in and out of our buildings and in what spaces? During the times, because, and also, again, my question is about also, like she mentioned, alarms. Yeah, so I'm sure some kind of parameters. I just want us to make sure we're thinking it through and we don't set something else off. And I don't know that kind of information, but like weekends is, is that okay? I don't know.
So the alarms, without saying too much about our security plan, right? Some of this stuff should be discussed in executive session. Alarms do activate in every building pretty much that we own. And so and your badge is not gonna automatically disable the alarm at all buildings. Some buildings it does. So if this is the will of the council, what we will need to do is work out some kind of protocol on alarm codes at the different facilities, and then we change alarm codes periodically as well. In terms of, do we know, once you swipe your badge, yes, we will know that person has swiped in to come into the building, if that answers your question. But we are gonna have to figure out something on the alarm codes.
Thank Councilwoman Willis.
So I've been serving going on 9 years. We've been here going on 9 years, Councilmember Rao. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I think we need to bring this back. We need to put some parameters in place for several reasons. I don't want the liability of going into places or having access to stuff. I only need access to City Hall. That's where my office is. I don't think we should be locked out of things here in City Hall. I do think that we should have access to certain buildings, but I just think it's a reasonable request if we're going to the administrative building on Frederick, where mostly all of our back office is, that we contact the city manager or somebody on the city manager team and let them know that we're coming down there. I just think that's where employees, there's a delineation of duties in the charter. And I just, after serving 9 years and being accused of stuff that I didn't do and having to go through frivolous, investigations, I just like I think we should all try to stay in our lane. We don't need keys to buildings. We don't need keys to, this is our building that we are supposed to handle our official business. I'm sorry it's inconvenient for some people, but I've never had a problem where if I had to go to the Park and Recreation Center and make copies, if I have to go to the Economic Development Office and make copies, I let the city manager or the assistant city manager know, hey, I'm going by Economic Development Office to make copies. They've never given me any problems. I don't want to really work around staff. I don't want to hear their conversations. I don't want to hear what they got going on. I don't want them to hear my conversations. I don't want to hear them to hear what I got going on. I want to keep that separate, because that's what charter say we're supposed to do. We're not really supposed to be in operations. And so I think we should give them their space. We got our own space. Heck, we got a whole office. We got a whole conference room. Ms. Subadan was nice enough to order us an ice machine, some coffee, some cappuccino, and all that good stuff, and put it in our space. Hot cocoa. We got a popcorn machine over there. We got a copier. We got marshmallows. We got all that good stuff in our suite. So I don't really have no problem I don't really have no reason to come in a space like that, So I just want 2026 to move. I want us to move forward in excellence and without confusion and without the drama. We all have been through stuff. Most of us have been through stuff, with the exception of Aaron. And the best way, I just think we need to put some parameters in place. I get the spirit of this, and I get why this is being done. But it's not an unreasonable request to let the city manager or assistant city managers know if we're going in a building that have mainly operation staff in. I don't think we should be outside of City Hall. We shouldn't be going to any of these buildings after hours. I'm hearing people going in buildings after hours. Like, what if you get sick and fall out? Nobody gonna find you there. Like, if we gotta go in an operation building after hours, we should be letting the city manager know so they can let security know, so they can make sure we all right, everything is all right. Nobody in the building waiting on us to get there to knock us in the head. You know, I'm just saying, we just got to be security conscious about stuff. And I'm going to make the motion that we put this on hold, council member, if you don't mind, so we can put some reasonable parameters in place, bring it back, and that's my motion. To put this on hold to probably the next council meeting so we can put some reasonable parameters in place.
There's a motion, a reconsideration motion.
I made a motion to put this on hold.
Oh, I mean a substitute motion.
Oh, I gotta do a substitute motion?
You already did it.
Okay.
It has been moved and properly second. All right, let's vote on this item.
The discussion, well, she said you have discussion on my motion because I made a substitute motion. I think that's what she said, we have to do it now.
Is the parliamentary here? Oh, I'm not in.
You have to vote to accept the amendment first, and then if that passes, vote on the motion as amended.
All right, we're voting to accept the amendment of the current motion that is to place this on hold by Councilwoman Helen Willis, and it was second by Councilwoman Rao. This is the vote that we're voting on at this point in time. Please look in your queue. Has everybody voted?
Yes, everyone has voted. That motion was approved 6-1 to accept the amendment.
6-1. All right, so that item will be placed on hold. Oh, now we have to vote?
You have to vote.
My apologies. So, all right, let's move to, it is getting late. Let's move to entertain the new amendment. Is there a motion for?
You have to have discussion, Mayor.
Oh, I thought we was about to have, okay. Discussion, please. Councilwoman Williams Brown. I'm sorry, it's late and all I've had was chocolate. Let's go.
Right, we're wandering into 11 o'clock, y'all.
Yes,
But
we need to hurry up.
that being said, while I have no issue with putting it on hold and bringing it back, so I'm in agreement with that. However, I do want to say that, and again, I work from home, so it's not like I'm going in and out of these buildings anyway. But the idea that if I, as a council member who voted in October on a $400 million budget that is funding all of this, that funds everything, that I or anybody else has to beg to get into a building is problematic for me. That there's not parking at certain buildings for us is problematic to me. That my picture is hanging in buildings I can't get in is problematic to me. So even if I don't personally go into the buildings because I really don't have any reason, I still should be able to access them. Am I going into buildings all hours of the day and night? No, because after about 9 o'clock, I go to bed. Y'all all know I'm in bed because I'm sleepy right now. Right, 7:45. I'm gonna take a nap before I go to bed. But I should not have to jump through hoops to get in buildings my picture is hanging in. If I don't have to do that as an employee at my job, if I have a badge that lets me get into buildings at my job where have no rank whatsoever, I'm just an employee collecting a paycheck, why am I having to ask people to let me in a building where my picture is hanging?
All right.
Well, thank you. Um, do we have any more? I think we've covered everybody. Mr. Johnson, do you want to speak?
So
Are we starting all over?
I understand the spirit, again, of this piece of legislation, but at the same time, I'm thinking about a couple of things. Fulton County, for instance, I had a badge. It depended on where you worked as to where you could go. And even the chairman of the Fulton County Commission, who also voted on the budget, couldn't go to the sixth floor. Wasn't it sixth floor that was financed? He couldn't go on the sixth floor. Once he got off the elevator, he had to have somebody buzz him in to get through the door. Right now, at the city of Atlanta, I have a badge. I did think it was odd that I couldn't get in here. I will admit that. But I can't go on the floor with the law department. I can go to the mayor's office, but I can't get past the door. Communications, I can't get in there. And even the president of the city council can't even go into the policy office where he he sends legislation to be written. So I think there has to be a delineation to a degree as to where people can go. And I can't fault you for feeling like if your picture is on the wall, you should be able to walk in that building. But at the same time, having been staff and working with these chief operating officer, even in Congress, when we work there are just certain doors you can't get into because of who you are. Congresswoman Williams, I'm using your name because that's who she is, but Congresswoman Williams, there are certain floors in Congress that she can't go in, and she is a sitting member of Congress. I don't know if you remember, just last year, I was looking at the AJC a minute ago, there was a state senator that it wouldn't allow to come across the floor to go into the House floor at the Capitol. So, and he's a sitting state senator. So while I understand, I do think there are certain places that we should be able to have access to. I do understand the rationale for not being able to go in any building for various reasons, as the city attorney has mentioned. And it happens, it's not just here in the city of South Fulton. Every government that I've worked in, the highest leveled elected official can't go everywhere. Just wanted to make that point known.
Thank you for that, Councilman Johnson. Do we have any more speakers in the queue? Councilman Sebastian, and then Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mayor. I am uncomfortable with all access to every building. I do think the buildings where most of our staff are, this one and Frederick's building, I should be able to get in the front door without getting buzzed in. However, I personally am not in the habit of going after hours, except I think one Sunday I came through here, and Dr. Cooper might have set off the alarm, I don't know. One Sunday I came through here because I think my mother-in-law was with me, and we were just coming on the road, hey, come and look at City Hall. But I am uncomfortable with having access to every single government building. I personally don't need access to every single government building. I need access to where the staff that report to us is here and Fredericks, but all these other buildings. I don't want to go into one of the police precincts. After hours, I might get shot. Right? So I'm just saying it's all access seems a little much for this. So And with, with the security requirements, and it seems a little bit much. So I'm gonna say, I personally don't need access to the attorney suite. I don't need access to not even the clerk suite, to be honest. Because these are where I think we have very sensitive documents in other areas of the city. So I would caution us about this whole all city-owned or rented or leased buildings part of it. Although I do understand some of the feelings, because, you all heard me say before, right? I don't like to be treated as a child. I want to be treated as an adult. So if I choose to come into this building, or if I choose to show up at the Fredericks building with, guests or investors or whatever, I don't want to stand at the door to get buzzed in. I just want to walk into the building as a council member. But beyond that, I'm okay with not having any other access to any other buildings.
All right, thank you for your comments. Councilwoman Pritchett?
Thank you. So I see that this is getting real technical, and we probably do have to discuss what this realistically means based on how we work. I do want to be honest in how we got here. I remember last year when we had the Frederick building and we had access, then we didn't have access, then we had access, then somebody called and wanted access, then I didn't have access. My assistant had access, but I didn't have access. And I think that that sends a wrong message. I think that all the council should have access if we have legitimate business that we're conducting and we need to go to that building and not have to be buzzed in. As Councilman Sebastian said, treat it as a child. We're all adults. I heard from what the city attorney read, it said something about with the prevention of theft. The language that she read and what we're asking for is referring to us. It makes me feel like it's being suggested that you have to read all this stuff just in case one of us is going to steal something from some secure area. That doesn't sound right. These notions don't make sense to me. Whatever other council members experience, I'm here to say my experience as a council member is different than other council members. I have different types of activities. I have different types of interactions. I host and hold different types of meetings than everyone else on this council. I don't have facilities in my district. I do use the Economic Development Office to meet with business owners, to meet with residents, to hold town hall meetings, to actually work out of when we are in a crunch for specific things. The majority of the time, staff is there. Some of the time, staff can't even come to the door. If staff is just not there, then I can't access the building. And sometimes after hours, which means after 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, if we're hosting a public participation, if a public participation meeting is held or a town hall meeting is held, usually the police is there to be security for us. But it still doesn't mean that we can't walk in and out of the building to set up and do things that staff may not feel like or want to be bothered with. Even on Saturdays, we've had meetings there that have to do with residents and business owners. So, this idea of limiting us for things that I am explaining are reasonable, are in the course of the work that we do. It's absurd. If you don't do it, then don't get the access. But don't preclude anyone else from doing what they have to do to fulfill their duties with the people they represent. I'm speaking for myself, and some of this is actually insulting because I remember last year when I asked for access, I had consensus of 4 council members, I believe, that are still on this dais, and I was still denied access. And I believe that when we have consensus and we direct someone, that what we're asking for should be done. But this has gone to the point that it's taken a council member to actually put this in legislation. Other council members don't like this and say that we shouldn't put legislation in for a specific situation, but at this point, how are we going to be respected? How is this issue going to be? How is there going to be a process that there is no debate and there is no doubt that this is what we're doing and this is how we follow? So yes, I do believe that we need to look at a process. We need to look at what full access, and it doesn't have to be full access. It can be access at the time based on a specific activity. I'm going to contact whatever ACM to make sure that they know, that everybody knows, that needs to know what I'm going to do. But I like Sebastian said, I'm not going to be treated like a child either. And I'm not going to have my duties interfered with because some people ain't uncomfortable and not comfortable. I come to City Hall a lot. I use facilities as needed based on my duties. If other people don't do that, that's their problem. But this is not going to be a problem that's created for me.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett. There are no more speakers in the queue.
I'm also in the queue, Mayor. I'll be very brief, I promise.
Attorney Kelly.
What I read was in no way meant to imply that you all would steal anything. What I read was verbatim from the FBI CGIS Security Policy and Rules and Regulations of the Georgia Crime Information Center. So I want to make that very clear for the record. I'm not trying to imply that y'all would steal anything. This is just the language and the protocol necessary for us as a city to maintain GCIC access. Thank you.
All right, and Councilwoman Willis.
So in no way am I trying to be dismissive of anyone's feelings or comments, but there have been allegations from employees feeling intimidated by elected officials walking into buildings, roaming around buildings, and feeling like, there's an intimidation factor. And I don't want employees feeling that way. And one of the ways to keep employees from feeling that way is to be respectful of their workspace. And, at the end of the day, aside of events, our official business is supposed to be done here in City Hall, where we have conference rooms, where we have offices. And I would say that, I just think it's a reasonable request if we do have to go to the Economic Development Office to have an event or use some of the workspace, that we do work through the city manager to do that, because that's what the charter says we're supposed to do. We have access to the gym because that's a public facility, but some of our offices are not public facilities. Frederick, I do agree with my colleague, going through the front door, we shouldn't be locked out of that building, but I don't think we should go down there unless we let the city manager or the assistant city manager know we're coming down there for this purpose, because that entire building is full of operations. And there is a delineation of duties. I don't want, staff feeling, it can be some staff, some people, it don't bother some staff members for elected officials to be around, but some employees have implied and alleged that it's intimidating to just have an elected official pop up and ask questions without going through their supervisor, without going through the city manager. And the charter says we're supposed to go through the city manager to engage with staff. And so I just say to keep down the drama, to keep down the allegations, to keep down staff feeling intimidated, to keep down the allegations, to be security conscious. I just think that when you're buildings that we commonly don't have access to, aside of public facilities, aside of City Hall, we really should be working through the city manager. It's not one time I've asked to use the Economic Development Office or go down to Frederick for whatever reason, and the city manager or her assistants have not accommodated me. As a matter of fact, sometimes they have gone out of their way to say, Councilman Willis, instead of you coming over here, we'll come to you. And I appreciate that, because, That's all I'm saying. I'm not being dismissive, but I did get some additional information after I was one of the one to give consensus. And once I gave this consensus and I heard both sides, I kind of understood why it was a request for us, to let them know when we're coming to buildings that we don't have public access to. So that's where I'm saying. So I just think we should bring this back, put some parameters and reasonable parameters in place, and then let it be the reason. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe there is a motion on the floor. Can we entertain that motion, please?
It's a substitute motion to hold and bring back.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Vote is in progress.
Councilmember Sebastian, how do you wish to vote? Yes, okay. That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
All right, awesome. So for the next few items, items 1 through
Yep.
1 through 5, is that
Yep.
unanimous? Is the,
We've already handled that one. B 1 through 5. We handled that with the first unanimous consent. Madam Mayor, if I may, the only items we have left are, we have 2 add-on items that we need to vote on, and then I just need to read the first read items into the record.
Oh, well, hallelujah. Thank you.
So if I may proceed?
Yes, you may.
So there were 2 items for action today. One is a city event, which is a One Heartbeat Senior Sweetheart Day celebration, hosted by Mayor Gums at Enid Ranch on February 13th, 2026, from 11 to 3. And also there is a resolution to reappoint Kimberly Mays to the South Fulton Development Authority. Those are the 2 action items that require a vote today. Ordinance first read.
First read. All right, I'll entertain a motion. Both items. It has been moved and properly second. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, yes? Okay. And Councilman Williams-Brown. Okay. That motion was approved unanimously. That was approval of the resolution and the event.
Wonderful. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the first reads, please?
Yes, we have 3 items for first read. The first, under C1, first read an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance for the purpose of amending regulations related to home-based businesses. Number 2, first read an ordinance to amend Title III Building Regulations, Chapter 3 Miscellaneous Provisions of the South Fulton Code of Ordinances to require new conveyor car washes to recycle water to comply with the requirements of the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District's 2022 Water Supply and Water Conservation Management Plan to conserve water resources. And then also the add-on item here, an ordinance to repeal the City of South Fulton's ordinance number 2021-033, amending the regulations for convenience stores and gasoline stations and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by council members Willis, Johnson, Sebastian, Pritchett, and Williams-Brown. Those all 3 first read.
All right. So, Mr. Clerk, while we're here, is there any other further business for this council? All right, since there is no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned. Unless y'all want to go into executive session. All right. You don't have to vote on it being adjourned. Thank you all, and thank you staff for staying here. Hopefully these meetings will get better and we'll get out of here sooner. Have a good evening.